Hi, loves. Yeah, for the couple of people that texted, it's just royalty-free music. That's it. That's all we ever do here. So I understand the question. Nope, I'm sitting here with my bird, and I appreciate. I see Kat here, and she texted me that. I thought that was funny, but the people that aren't here texting me that, it's not really the nicest thing you could have said, um, especially when you're not here. I don't really I'm not a big fan of the bullying for like passive aggressive reasons. And yeah, I don't know. I felt like I needed to say that because I just feel today and like a few days before now with some folks, it's sort of like um, if I've been there for someone once and I'm not there immediately, then I'm a failure of a human being that needs to be passive aggressively bullied. And I just, every once in a while, because I think I try and stay positive a lot, even when people are having a hard time, because I understand that's the nature of the work I do and love to do. But I think I'd rather somebody just straight up say, "Why aren't you online yet?" than that kind of stuff. Um, and again, Kat, I know you texted something similar, but like, um, don't think it's about you. It's not. Because you here. I saw you here. I sent you heart. And also, generally speaking, if you have something to say, you say it. You're not passive aggressive, which I appreciate a great deal. And you haven't been bullying me. So in a passive, I think the reason I'm so frustrated, I'm just gonna say this stuff and then move on, right? Is because you know when someone passive aggressively bullies you in whatever manner they choose to do it, um, they're making sure that if you stand up for yourselves, they can. I'm using it as plural now, like, so I'm saying like to anyone that this happens to. They're ensuring that if you say something in return, if you say something in defense of yourself, that they can say something like, well, no, like, that's not at all what I meant. And it's like, okay, well, first of all, I am somebody that reads energy. I don't always read humans like that well necessarily in terms of faces or whatever, but like energy, I'm okay with, generally speaking. And I understand sometimes I make a mistake, but I don't usually say something the first time or the fifth time or the 5,000th time. It's like when we're getting into, um, five digits numbers that I finally am just like, stop it. If you got something to say it. Because this stuff is the work of a wuss. Because come on, seriously, like you're setting it up so if I say anything in return, you just go, "Oh, God, she's so mean. I didn't mean it like that. I only said it that way." Like so many times that it was crystal clear my meaning, but I'm preemptively protecting myself from somebody defending themselves. It's not even just like they came at me first. No, no, no. I am the one initiating this energy. And I'm preemptively being a guardian of the galaxy. It's nuts. So, and it's just happened off and on for a really long time. And, you know, because I'm trying to make changes in my life about my behavior and how I handle this channel and myself and things like that, I'm also going to have to change what I accept as acceptable behavior if I want to keep things direct and peaceful and move through it, right? Like, that's the other thing. If people have something to say, like, that's okay, really, honestly. Most things, as long as it's a pretty fair assessment, I can handle. And then if it's addressed, we can work our way through it like really fast and just move on to peaceful energy, right? I'm trying to learn to recognize things in the moment, communicate effectively about them, clear that energy so that the channel of energy between us and the world and myself and whatever else is just clear and peaceful and happy. And there's always going to be like contrast and a little conflict. That's a good thing. That's how we grow. But somebody that just passive aggressively strings out these little things, like they're just sort of pelting you with olives, you know, like, and you never know exactly what it's about, and a lot of times it has nothing to do with you. It's just you're somebody that they feel like will tolerate this behavior because fairly in the past you have over and over again. Anyway, I probably will cut this out. um Well, and so that's why I'm saying, Kat, like if they just like came at me, even if they were wrong, right? Like if they were in the wrong, um, and they came at me, I still wouldn't be like wrong. I'd be like, okay, we're going to navigate this and figure out why there's an issue, right? But when it's just long strings of passive aggressiveness, number one, like nothing can be resolved. Number two, it feels like they don't want to resolve it. Number three, it starts to feel like either they're approaching it that way because ahead of time they already know they're in the wrong, or they don't even really know what they're upset about, or even if it is at you, right? But they just want to be sort of low level, energetically abusive at all times without being able to be called out, if that makes sense. And so, you know, it's stuff I've been like, it's not just here, like in this particular sense, right? But I'm working on it for my life in a lot of situations, right? And trying to do better about so many different things. So um, some things might kind of feel like, well, why are the rules changing? And it's like, well, first of all, they're not changing to things that are like very intolerant, right? They're just changing to things that look like healthier boundaries. Maybe I'm not fully to healthy boundaries yet, but healthier. And fairness. And yeah, well, honestly, here's the thing though, Kat, like I think you get this. I'd rather be someone's punching bag, like metaphorically, right? Than be because that's direct, right? It's like, ooh, I'm taking a hit, right? Now I know I can dodge. I know that I can block. I know that I can, right? But some people just like to phrase things and set you up in a way that is such that like it's like, well, why are you getting so defensive? Nobody swung at you. And it's like, no, they've been standing right on the other side of the punching bag, passive aggressively calling me names and hissing and spitting and sneaky pinching, all these things, so that, and I don't just mean me, I just mean I see other people fight with others like this too, right? I'm not the only recipient. But I'm just saying, like, it's just starting to drive me crazy when I see it anywhere. And that I'm going to have to get over, because when it's between two other people, it's none of my flipping business, right? Um, Regardless, I think I'm done now. Sorry about that. Maybe I'll cut it out or at the beginning. Um, Maybe not, because I think, you know, I'm being genuine too. Like anybody that hears this and thinks it applies to them, even if it's not like an issue between us, right? If it's just something that's happening in your life with other people and you hear this is just my opinion. If you want to move forward in your life to happy things, stop playing these passive aggressive games. You don't have to be violent to be directly aggressive and say, I have these feelings, let's work through them. And if you don't want to do that, you need to examine why you're upset to begin with. Because if you don't want to work through it, either you're somebody that's sort of on a low level for whatever reason, sort of wants to be mean to people, and you need to figure that out within yourself, or you really do have a beef and you want to move, you're going to move through it if you're more direct. And if there's a real beef and you don't want to move through it, I think it's just, you might want to examine if you're actually upset or if you just enjoy rides on the drama train. And that's, I'm just saying that in general to people that are fighting this way with other people, or the recipient of that type of thing. Eventually I think it's um, acceptable if you're somebody that's receiving this type of energy and behavior from people or person or however it looks in your particular life, right? And it bothers you, but you can't put your finger on why. That's why, because it's sort of aggression that they are intentionally or subconsciously intentionally placing in your life where you can in no way like put a pause on it, stop it, work your way through it. It's sort of like this weird little way to put like sort of a, and this is a metaphor, guys. I'm not talking about witchcraft, but literal witchcraft, but it's like putting a low level hex on somebody that you want them to carry around all the time. And so if you have that happening to you and you can't put your finger on why you're so frustrated, you might examine like if this is a possibility, and if that is, if it's worth it to you to just say, hey, let's talk it through, because I'm done with this sort of, I don't need this constant tone in the song of my life. Song in my life is getting more and more beautiful, and this tone you're just throwing in probably because you're hurt in some way, either by me or someone else. Hurt people, right? But we got to work it out, or I got to cut you out, like, eventually. Yeah, if it's your space, I agree. But like, I just, I think it's because I was already mulling it over because it's something in my happening to me, but it's also then just been on my mind in general about, gosh, like that's, that certainly is like a really dirty way to fight and to stay a negative influence on someone's peace for an extended period of time. It's like the sneakiest, silent, gaslighty thing, and it's worse than just direct. I mean, not violence, of course, not punching or even screaming or whatever, but I just mean direct confrontation is going to be resolved one way or another far more quickly. And I know that that's sometimes scary. Sometimes confrontation scares people. Maybe that's another legitimate reason why it happens. People want to talk about things, but they're scared to say them straight out. Oh, sorry, there's Big Thunder, this poor birdie. It's okay, honey bun. It's okay, sweetheart. It's okay. Big Thunder. Big Thunder for Babikis. I love you so much. Your smile is so pretty. Yeah. Oh, baby bird. Did you come over here, Beaks, because you're like, Mom, you're talking about this, but you do it to me. I would like to address the situation. She says, Nope, Thunder. I'm never going to do that. I'm like, I'm a bird and I'm mad. Okay, now I'm over it. And she's far more emotionally healthy than me. Oh, there we go. Also, I know I just ranted, but I just also want to make it clear that when that stuff happens, I think it's going to be happening more often. It's partially because I'm working really hard to learn certain things in my life about the things that I'm doing to others and the things that I've allowed done to me, and I'm trying to every day figure out and unravel stuff to clear my energy and make room, because like I have so much amazing, I got so many amazing scenarios, items, relationships, experiences that I've already designed, like I've already manifested, right? And like spirit has already like built it all, painted it all, decorated it all, and all that has to happen is I got to clear up my energy so that they can have a channel so they can move that stuff in to my life. But right now, like if they tried to move it into my life, there's all these things they would trip over and all this clutter, and everybody would be falling and dropping the new things they're bringing in. And so I've got to clear that energy, because I'm like, oh, I just can't wait. I can't wait. I'm super psyched. Okay, Now that I've rambled on for like 15 minutes, how are you, Miss Cat Cat? How you doing? How you is doing? I need to hold on to a little stone and de-stress just a little bit. I was teaching fourth grade math. You know, my strong suit for several hours. You're good? What'd you have for dinner tonight? I need to bring Joe up here in just a second, but I just thought, poor guy, I'm not going to make him sit on mic while I rant. I love him. Oh yeah. Okay. So Joe texted me this, and this is true too. I've been thinking about this too because um, the autumn equinox is Saturday, this coming Saturday, the 23rd of September, and in sort of Wicca, witchy, pagany circles. Lots, I mean, I guess lots of different spiritualities. It's that day is called Mabon, that time, but Mabon kicks off on that day. And it's sort of like Thanksgiving and harvest celebration and stuff like that. But in that time, um, people that practice those spiritualities know that it's time to celebrate the harvest and reap all of the wonderful things of the last season and seasons that preceded. But also, it is time to light some candles and start working on your shadow work. Like that, there's a whole season to work on your shadow side, to accept it and love it and help come to terms with it because it's a really essential part of you and it's not something to be ashamed of. Sometimes things need to be healed and worked through with you and your shadow. Sometimes it's just about you accepting those things and learning to work together with your shadow. But that's what's coming up. So I think that's another reason why these energies are on my mind. Home chef meal kit. So it's cooking food, meatloaf and broccoli. Oh, had you have a favorite so far of all the ones you've had? Yeah, I'm seeing your messages, Joe. I have a whole book about it that I'll have to share with you because you love books. But I will look forward to reading this article about shadows. Yeah, Miss Cat, I want to know if you have a favorite meal that you've had so far from home chef, and if there's desserts. Oh wait, there've been 4. This one was good. They've all been good. I knew that one day you were like, it was good, but I'm sort of adjusting to fish as a concept. So I wasn't sure if there's been a highlight. And how are you feeling? I'm gonna say this on the stream, but I'm just texting my cousin Larry. Hey cousin hyphen, I'm streaming and I saw this text. Is this an ancient, almost ancient case that you're interested in hearing on Gal Friday's crime night or something? Question mark. Mahi mahi was real good, low carb. Joint pain is non-existent. Wow, cat, that's fast and awesome. This is something she sent. I think it's something that she's probably sent over about Gal Fridays. Oh, she's texting me back, but this is what it says. It says Dorothy Arnold, a promising American socialite and writer, disappeared in 1910 under puzzling circumstances. She was last seen shopping for a book in New York City, and despite an extensive investigation, no evidence of her whereabouts or fate have ever been uncovered. The mysterious vanishing of Arnold, who came from a wealthy family, continues to baffle investigators and has become a topic of fascination in true crime circles. Now, the photo was accredited to the Library of Congress. I'm not sure who wrote that blurb, or I would credit them, but I just wanted to read that to you, Kat, because um, well, because you're one of the Gal Fridays. You think it's the gluten, or like, do you? How much do you think the supplements play a part? Any, or do you really think it's all food? Hold on one second. I'll be right back. I'm going to walk this birdie to her nest. I think the thunder is making her feel a little. It says Dorothy Arnold, Arnold, and she disappeared in 1910. LOL, yes, ma'am. There's 3 of us presently streaming. I think some more are planning to come a little later because there were people that were saying they would like readings, but yesterday stuff happened, so the live didn't. So we're hanging out now. 3 of us at the moment. Dorothy Arnold. Yeah, see, you're a true crimer, and you haven't heard the name either. Me either, but that'd be interesting. It's a nice old like case in America. After Jack the Ripper, but not too long. Supplement is to put in ketosis. It must be the food. I'm so glad you feel good, though. Okay, I'll be right back and walk this sweet bird who's looking at me like, Mom, my nest, please. Hold on. Oh, golly, hold on. I'm going to put Joe on as well. Here you go, Jojo. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
Hi, how are you? I think she was speaking to her bird. Oh, no, no, she was talking to you about Dorothy Arnold. I mean, as the other half of the Gal Fridays, I think she was talking shop with you.
Okay, there you go. My cousin, that's why I said I'm just going to text her so everyone can hear me, um, because I had just seen that in my text about Dorothy Arnold. It was, yeah, I was texting a third person.
Oh, well, I missed that completely.
Yeah, I probably moved fast, said it fast, or is my headset cutting in and out?
It was a little bit.
Um, like the whole time?
No,
No.
not the whole time.
Um, I guess what I'm asking is, was it at one specific point or was it throughout every so often? I'm trying to
No, it wasn't
troubleshoot.
throughout. For most of the time, I think you were fine.
Oh, okay.
Just sometimes it sounds to me, and I don't know if it's my setup, but it sounds like you've been far away. You know?
Well, I know when we hang out, you've been saying that, so that's why I was wondering about my.
Yeah.
Okay, it's been fine on Cat's end. That's okay.
Okay. So it's probably a glitch on my side.
Yeah, I let her know we were streaming Miss Cat. She's come on once. You met her, um, but she might be busy. I don't know because she sent that earlier, but I just I was focusing on school mostly, and I think most parents that are involved in any way with their kiddos schooling know that sometimes helping with homework can get a little contentious. And then when you are like he has a teacher, right? He has a couple of teachers digitally, and they do class every day, and he has fellow students and stuff. However, there's a large majority of the lessons that in our house we're responsible of teaching to teach, and so of course anything you take that homework sort of frustration energy and multiply that by many numbers. And so, and of course, in his case, it's always like with math, right? This kid, he was adding, it was three numbers. They were all at least five figures, and they weren't like rounded numbers. They were all um, very specific number, 5, 6 digit numbers. And there would always be at least three of them to add at a time. And he can do that in his head really quickly. But he is infuriated when they ask him to explain how. So we've been arm wrestling about that for a while, right? And then he gets upset and says that that his brain tells him he's dumb because he can't explain it. And it's like, I don't think you know that there are full on engineers that can't take 17,242 plus 42,709 plus 126,138 in their head without using scrap paper. I don't think you understand that your brain is doing. If you are screaming internally, telling yourself you're stupid for not being able to verbalize how you do that, which I feel so bad for him that he feels stupid when he can do things like that. I mean, I don't know. Joe's quiet. I think that means he can do that, but I
Oh
can't.
no, no, quite the contrary. I couldn't remember the first number by the time you finished reciting the digits in the second. You know.
Right? I mean, and so I
Um,
say, well, why don't you just write? Oh gosh. Oh, the bird. Okay, I'm gonna let you finish talking, and I'm gonna mute myself because the bird is now like hanging. I'll be back.
well, there's not much left to say. It's just that some people are good at mental arithmetic and some are not. You know. I usually need pen and paper. And then, of course, other people could remember the lyrics to songs that they've heard just once, and they could hum large tracks of music, and so everybody has their own talents. Right? Yes, I have a friend that has that number dyslexia. I think it's called this calcula or something like that. Um, I had a person that specializes in teaching people with learning disabilities, and she had these training materials that would show you like how a dyslexic person would see words and numbers and so on. And it's just incredible that they are able to function, with this not being able to perceive things the way the rest of us can, and a lot of them, they keep up and even surpass us. um, but it's just a matter of really understanding what the difficulty is and being able to help them navigate through that, I guess. But by no means are they stupid. Sometimes, often it takes a lot more intelligence to function with that. You just have to find the right tools, I guess, to help you. Oh, you could do the music. Yeah. I used to have really good spatial memory and reasoning, but it's sort of slipped a little bit now. Yeah, online banking, it could certainly be a blessing. I mean, it's a double-edged sword, I suppose. Hello. Well, I don't think you missed anything. I think you arrived on time. She's away for a bit, but she'll be back soon. I temporarily misplaced my glasses. I didn't realize one view type row and one type ray. I think it might be. I'm not sure. Are you hearing a loud tornado like noise? Do you still hear it? It's weird because there's a lag, so sometimes I would answer questions that came a little while ago and misinterpret it in the context of what is going on now, you know. Um, and I guess the same thing happens with my fan. going on?
Sorry, I can't seem to sit in one place for any significant length of time tonight. Not by choice. Hi. Hi, Colson. Let's see what people say. Oh, there was a lag. Okay, there's the stuff about when we were talking about homework. Hey, 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 Colson. A lot of people have been saying notifications aren't working. I'm not sure. Everybody's being silly because of the storm. So it's both birdies. It's small humans, small dogs, small cats, having to chase around. It's a great group of trying to figure out how to get notifications to work. Yeah, I don't know. I'll just start sending you a text, and if you can make it, great. And if you can't, don't sweat it. Yeah. I don't know how long the lag is, so hold on. It's going to be obnoxious for a second. I'm going to click on my phone and see how far behind we are. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Phone and see how far behind we are. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my gosh, it's like 11-second lag. Well, I mean, that's so sweet. Kosin. However, the thing is, it wouldn't have mattered like tonight because yesterday I used to stream. I kept putting it back, putting it back, putting it back. We did great with schedules last week and stuff, but we had stuff going on yesterday, and so we wouldn't have been on schedule tonight. However, regardless, it's good to see you. I'm very glad, very very glad to see you. How have you been doing? I saw a picture of your stone. It looks like it's a selenite charging plate, but I'm curious if that's what it is. I'm wondering if I pull myself out and put myself back in. I can't quit the whole thing because that'll kill StreamYard. But I wonder if I take Joe and I out and then put us back in, if the lag will improve. Also, I think in my house, everyone using the interwebs is going to stop or is in the process of stopping here shortly. So between that and the storm, that might be what's happening here. But I'm going to pull us down just for a second. Okay, I'm going to test the lag now. Well, your family is way more on time than mine. It's definitely like it was a chronic genetic thing on my side. And it still happens to almost everyone, including brother of mine. Even though he has an extraordinarily prompt spouse, it still happens. Um, but you guys were on time for the bulk of things. It still happens. Um, but you guys were on time. Okay, so that tightened up the lag by about 5 seconds, which is great. And Joe, lag has happened. Everything's okay. I saw your messages.
Okay.
We all sound dumb. I sound dumb all the time. You know that. Like I used to do it for a living, and now I do it here for not a living.
You have never sounded dumb
That is inaccurate.
unless
Please.
you had to sound dumb if that was in the script or something. If it was
Wrong.
sound dumb on purpose, you know.
Wrong. He's wrong. Uh-oh. Which one of us is echoing? Me?
I don't know.
Echo.
I don't hear an echo. Could it be because of your phone?
Well, I mean, I put it down a while ago. Oh, when I played back. Okay, yeah. I was echoing. So it is a selenite charging plate, cousin. Cousin. Let me go back and look at the picture. Oh yeah, that has to be. Never mind. Let's see. So it's gonna be. Oh, okay. So it's gonna. The next moon will be in Aries, which, cousin, I think you have Aries children, right? You have some Aries babies. Doing well. Started my new job in Lawrence. Loving it so far. Wait, what do you mean since you joined us all? Like, tell me what that means because that's a very short period of time. Are you talking about, have you been doing the advice they gave you, like in the readings and stuff still? I see it like that because a lot of people don't still. I mean, they do for a little bit, but the ones that do, there have been a few around here that do, and like things are changing for them fast and beautifully, which is awesome. So I know this is public, so yeah, not my advice then, spirits, because I'm not smart enough for that kind of stuff. However, from what I can remember, there's been a lot of readings between then and now, but um, yeah, I knew you had two Capricorns because our babies were born pretty close. I mean, a year apart, pretty close to the same time of year. But um, I guess I thought your little Pisces maybe was in Aries land. So, but you're a Leo, right? So you might like Aries energy. I say this because for me, Aries energy has historically not been very collaborative. So, for example, the next full moon should be in Aries. There are very few of my stones that I personally will charge under that moon. Um, if you are in Aries, please don't be offended anybody that comes across this at some point because you are compiled of every sign, or at least many of the signs of the zodiac, all over your houses. You are not strictly one thing, and so please don't take it that I'm like critiquing all Aries everywhere. But Aries energy, just straight up, pure, unadulterated, straight from the needle. And I struggle with that. So, um, generally speaking, I don't put out too many of my things at during that moon. I thought that he, the Aries is the one from the reading, right? The chappie. So, Kat, this is something interesting that I've always thought of. You and my cousin here, um, you are exactly a week. Your birthdays are exactly a week apart. You're a week before her. Okay, yeah, I'd love to see. Interesting. I don't think I asked his sign. I guess I made an assumption about it based on one photograph, which is hardly accurate. Grandma says she's here. She's just popped in. She said she's been coming and hanging with you. Which of course she was always around, but like she's saying that um, whereas like at one point I think you mentioned like I like to go outside and talk to the moon or go outside and talk to the sun and sort of I you know feel my family around me. She's saying it's gotten way more like you guys have an appointment almost like you keep where you're like, Grandma, I'm going to be there at 2 or whatever. Like, maybe not literally, but um, again, you guys meet up and you feel her and other spirits, but her way more intensely and that like the bond, like the energy bond is locking in. Is that accurate? Because she popped in 6 days before you. Yeah. See, my mother and I are exactly a week apart on the calendar. Um, Sam and I are 2 days and 8 years and 2 days apart on the calendar. We got married on the day between our birthdays because we said it was the space between us. Like we needed to fill that gap. See, Miss Cat gets the chills too when she feels that I know what you guys are talking about because it's like when your chi gets really active and it feels like chills and like hair standing up and sometimes it travels, sometimes it stays in one place. But Miss Cat gets the chills as a regular communicator with spirit. She's saying she could have learned a thing or two about loving herself from you. That um, since since that reading, you've been working on it, but that you have innovated new ways for yourself, which is fantastic. I'd love to know at some point like what you're doing. But she's saying you've like come up with a few things. I don't know if she's talking about sort of almost like energy shortcuts. Like, so I don't know if it's a mental thing where like you catch yourself thinking something negative about yourself or something and you literally like go no, or if it's like something you put into practice like ritualistically a little bit. But she's saying it's she now she's using the word hack, which is so funny because I don't think she would have used the word hack like in this way ever before. But um, she's like, you found a little hack to sort of navigate the system faster, and has something to do with like when you feel like you need to correct or overcorrect like an energetic choice or emotional choice you made. This is interesting. So, Grandma always looked quite a bit like Lauren Bacall when she was younger. Um, but right now she was like showing me her. It's definitely grandma. But she's like doing a photo shoot, but it's like exactly like some of the Lauren Bacall photos I've seen, like the exact poses and outfits and stuff. But she's doing that. I'm not sure what she's trying to say about the photo shoot. Oh, okay. She's talking about admiring one's own beauty being very important. Searching for the part of yourself visually. She's not just saying like emotionally or mentally or whatever. She's talking about um, finding visually what you find beautiful about yourself and celebrating that, because this is a physical experience that we're having on purpose and that she's learning from you. So she's literally doing those kinds of things now, like photo shoots and things to celebrate what she looked like then and what she generally speaking looks like now. Like stand up straight, shoulders back, boobs up. Yeah, but I got confused at first because I was like, gosh, grandma's holding a cigarette. And I was like, why is she, oh, she's doing a photo shoot. And she like was sexy smoking, if that makes sense, like 1940s style sexy smoking. I've seen a few of them. They're beautiful, Cat. there was there was one black and white picture of our grandmother, our mutual grandmother, that I think they took when she was like maybe somewhere between 12 and 14. It was a black and white picture of her dad and herself and her sister. And they used to love to use that on the kids in the family, including Ray here, because they would be like, "Who is that? Who is that in the picture?" And they always thought it was me because there was a specific age. Um, it was like when she was between 12 and 14. It was when I was more like between 14 and 16, but we looked that at one point like exactly alike, and all the cousins would be like, no, it's her, and they'd be like, no, that's grandma. Oh, maybe she's talking about your sexy smoking then, your spitting image. Well, I don't know. um I don't know about now, like in other age groups I didn't look as much like her, right? Like things changed. And I thought, okay, well, like we just lined up at a certain time of day or whatever, or time of days, time of life. Um, and then my dad had an old family photo of all the people in Florida, all of her cousins and stuff. And she has someone, a cousin, I think the first cousin, named Faye. And it was like, it looked like I was in my 30s the first time I saw it, and it looked like me, like right as of that moment, as if I was standing in that family picture. Her cousin Faye. I don't think I'd even heard of her. So that was some crazy stuff. Yeah. So like I mean, we things changed at a certain point where like my genetics at a different age changed from looking as much like her. I have some photos where I look like Great Aunt Polly. Um, so like definitely like my genes are similar to a lot of the people on that side, but um, it changed a little. But yeah, like between the ages of like birth and maybe 25, our grandfather, anytime he got tipsy, like extra tipsy, would call me by our grandmother's name. And then be like, "Oh, I'm sorry," and then say my real name, and then he'd be like, "You're so pretty," and be like, "Grandpa, I think you're talking about your wife. I'm just at present a carbon copy, visually speaking." Just like, oh my gosh, okay, Ray, I don't even remember. I don't remember what age he was turning. I don't know if it was 80, but it was a bigger birthday party for him, right? And it had been a while. It had been a minute since all of his brothers and sisters came and all of their children came and stuff. And all of a sudden, as many people that could come were there. I don't know if he was 80, 75, or what. Uh, but that particular party, first of all, he was just a goof troop. Like he got pretty drunk. He tipped his wheelchair several times, but then their old out of ground swimming pool. I was walking like by there to go back into the woods. Some people were all over the property at that particular thing, right? And he was parked back there with one of his nephews. His nephew was like sitting on the ground, and they were trying to light a freaking joint. And grandpa was like, "Hey, hey, hey, come here. You want to smoke some of this with me?" I was like, "What's going on?" This is This is so funny. This is the Twilight Zone. He's like, "Oh, come on, Betty, try it." I was like, "I'm not Betty, please." I love Betty, but I am not her. Hmm. Yes, this gentleman looks like an Aries to me. I see his photograph. Hmm. How do we know him? Me, mom, grandma, and my girl and her baby girl are similar. See, yeah, yeah. I see. Once you shared some of the younger photos of her cat, especially when we were doing like the reading of like her writing the bus lines and stuff when she was younger, um, that I could see even more resemblance between you guys. Although I think, at least it seems to me that you're much fairer, like your hair and skin and stuff are much sort of fairer complected. See, very similar, very similar. Then on my mom's side, I didn't look as much like anybody, but their genetics are these weird little blueprints. Like I have moles, like uh, birthmark type moles, but they're moles. But I have one like sort of under my left arm, on my left waistline, and then like between my navel and that particular one on my stomach. And apparently, I well, not apparently, I know my mother has the exact same um, marks. My grandmother had the same marks. One of her sisters had the same marks. And then we all have this cluster of freckles on our hand and one on our elbows that are the exact same. It's so crazy how it can be that detailed. Yeah, I can see that you have that good pigment where you don't fry, Miss Cat. Yeah, it's so confusing. His son played with X, okay. And Aries played softball with Blue Eyes. He reached out a week after he found out I broke it off. Interesting. Sun played, okay. And then he played with Blue Eyes. A week after, huh? How did that conversation go? Grandma just said one word in regards to him, which I'm laughing only because um, she and I, my instinctual thoughts. So then she just like screamed my instinctual thought, which I thought was really funny. He's cute though. He's got pretty eyes. Um, okay, okay. Grandma wants to know too. What is it that you guys love? Like, what is the connecting piece between you guys, like in terms of like what is it that you both like that you talk about, or have activities that you have in common? What are those things? I mean, grandma must kind of know, but she wants to like, and if you want to talk about it in private at another time, that's fine, but like that's a question she has. That's why that's why I said I don't know if you want to talk about it in private. um she said she laughed, so she wasn't like scared, but she said no. And I said, oh my God, that's what my gut said when I saw him. Not that he's like a horrible guy, right? But just, um, it just seems like a mismatch, or she says it's kind of a repeat. So I don't know who he has something like personality commonalities with, but she's trying to point to this other person and going, he's got some things in common with this one, and they're things that you don't like. Oh, because I just sort of tried to ask her, like, which one? And she said, two of them. But she said them, like, she mad at them. She mad at these two. Like, from heaven perspective, she's not, like, actually mad, but, like, if she were here, she would be. And I guess maybe she was. Um, that's what I thought. That's what I thought was going to be the case. But she says two of them. So I thought it was ex hubby, but like there's someone else. I think it's ex fiance too, actually. And I don't know what it is that the three of them have in common. Clearly, or the two, oh no, the three of them have in common. And clearly, to a certain degree, it's something that you like, right? Joe, where'd you go, love?
I'm here. I'm listening.
Did you stop talking just because the lag was driving you crazy?
No, you were having uh, and you were telling interesting stories, so I was listening.
Oh, okay. That's fair. I just wanted to make sure you weren't like bad. Not at anybody else, but like at the lag or something.
No, no, I'm good. Could you see if you could reduce the background noise on my
It's not,
settings any further?
yeah, it's not bad right now, but let me see. So your echo cancellation is already on. Your background noise is on, but let's see if I can change it. Let's see if we bring your mic volume up, what happens? Okay. Okay, so I got rid of the background noise reduction, and now we can hear it. Now let me turn it back on. Oh yeah, it killed it right away.
Okay, well, if that's as good as it gets, then that's fine.
Okay. It's not, I mean, right now it's silent.
Okay, good.
Selfish doesn't like being called out on BS, but he is an alpha, and that's what I like. Yeah, yeah. Um, I, I'm assuming you mean he's an alpha in very specific areas, which, by the way, like there are no kids on this channel, so feel free to let her rip. And if that's the case, that's something we have in common. Ah, okay. Cat knew about the fan. Yeah. Well, and I mean, like, I think nobody is sending up flares like get them away from you, right? Because I sometimes I hear that, and then it's like, how do I talk to this person about this, right? Their safety levels and stuff. I don't see anything like that. It's just um, Grandma said it's just an old song with a new title just now. That's what she said. And then she said to me to speak your language. I think it's because she's talking about music and flowery metaphors. Oh, well, if he believes in the woo woo, send him all over on over to me. I can help him with that stuff. I could help him with his dad. You know, everybody has their strengths, and whereas I've got some serious, things to work on in terms of like figuring out the energy field of true crime, which Kat and I are working on together. Um, and other types of stuff. But when it comes to mediumship, nobody's perfect, but I feel really confident about like family, interpersonal type stuff. Tell me about the job, because is it the one that you were already like planning on doing? Um, like around your birthday time, like when you knew you were going to job transition, or is it something else? Agree, Grandma. Agree. I'm not chasing anymore. Only attracting. He won't even do counseling. I don't think he'd reached out. Okay, he shuts down. Yeah, some people though, it's crazy. Some people that want to do counseling will talk to me, like, and it's like, it's going to be a lot like counseling. Um, and then some people, like I had somebody last week, a partner of one of my sort of regular clients who actually gets mad with them for getting readings saying that it's like sacrilege or whatever, but then wanted one. And he's definitely like terrified of therapy and even this stuff, but like I was very surprised. Is he, Cat? New dealership. I like an alpha in very specific areas of life. And, um, well, no, let me correct myself. I like all different types of energy if it's healthy. Because, like a healthy alpha, because I tend to be an alpha in a lot of aspects of my life. And so do you, cousin, and so do you, Cat, which I think is interesting. Um, but like a healthy alpha definitely, you know, will take the lead if like if that's something needed or agreed upon or whatever, but they don't have to for their ego's sake, and they can share. And certainly, much like my own personal mantra, which has always been, I don't want to be in charge of anyone else, but I want full charge of myself. um, you know so when they're healthy, that works out really well for me. And then in other areas, I effing love it so much, but like if they're not super healthy, I only like it in certain areas, if that makes sense. He's sick and he's a mama's boy. I don't know. I think he's a wifey's boy then. Wifey! Cat! Cat's a nurse too, though, so um, he knows she got that kind of stuff, in that area. She's a professional there. So I don't know if I'm going to turn the camera on because I was hoping to have certain things done that I don't have done. But there's this deck I haven't used yet. It's an Oracle deck. I might have used. I think I no. I think you didn't choose it, cousin. Um, but it's called the Roast Iconic Oracle deck. And it says 30 cards for getting wrecked by the universe, and they make me laugh so much. Um, I'm just going to read the titles of the cards, and then I might make a little short soon, just because I haven't used them very much in readings, and I love them so much. Something about this conversation was making me think of like funny, direct, confrontational, but creatively enjoyable situations. But so there's the one card. These are all the names of the cards: unicorn, fashion witch, self care, privilege, feral, shadow, cult leader, troll, There's the get fucked card, land back, like getting your land back, tinfoil hat, jealous, vampire, starseed, trauma bond, the oracle, love and gaslight, influencer, triggered, billionaire, simp, snack, black square, stay in your lane, bitch, empath, podcast, blah, 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 legend, red flag, and narcissist. I love it so much. And then on my birthday, the egg was like, "Can I borrow one of your oracle decks?" And of course, because this one's more adult and controversial, he was drawn to that. So he took index cards and made a second set of these, and then created a few of his other little cards. So I have a deck made by him. Except empathy sucker at time. I didn't understand that. Except empathy sucker at time, because I don't know what that was in regards to. Also, Kat, I don't know why I'm being prompted, but I am. I'm being prompted to ask. You were in another person's live earlier this week. They were doing animal reads, right? Somebody that I respect a lot and think is super talented. Um, and but Spirit's talking to me about it, so I'm going to ask you this question and not say their name because I don't understand this question. They're saying um, that of course, because I was like, when they were talking about it first to me just now, um, they were saying to me, they said to me, she could have used some help. You need to introduce her to, and then they named an animal psychic. Okay. And um, I was like, but I mean, I know that person, but not well. Like, why does that need to happen? I was like, because I know, like, I'm sure those readings are fantastic because she's so talented. And they're saying, yeah, but she needed help. You could help her, and so could this person. Do you know what that's about? Because I know she's so, talented. So I don't know, like, what they're trying to talk to me about. He drains you because you're an empath. Yeah, okay, I get it. You attract narcissists. Yeah, yeah. I think um, if someone has a parent with this has been a theme for me this week. Parents with narcissistic energy or actual clinical narcissism or whatever. Um, but even if they have a small amount of the clinical narcissism, and again, I'm not talking loosely, I mean literally like a tiny touch of the actual issue. I think children of those parents then attract other narcissists for a really long time. Interesting. Okay. I haven't watched it back and I really wanted to just because, me like more and more, I do more animal reads every day and they're so fun and so I was planning on watching it when I had a chance because I love her content. But I just thought it was weird that they were like, I think, and I know it's because you're here, right? Because you've got a connection there. But I don't know why they were like, you go over there and help her. Because it's like, first of all, she doesn't need my help. She's so skilled. Um, And second of all, we don't know each other. I don't know. I'm gonna hopefully they'll clarify like if it's something like just like a name I'm supposed to give you or information I'm supposed to give you or something. Okay, they're talking about okay, again, you're gonna have to help me, Kat, because I don't know. So they're talking about she has a wolf guide, or I don't know if she has a wolf familiar or a wolf guide, and that she mentioned that, and that's animal energy she leans on. But they're saying there is another. How many did you guys say? There's another two animal familiars or guides, however you want to put it, and that are permanent, and then there's one that rotates in and out that she's not paying attention to. Yeah, I mean, anytime she says it's not strong, I think that that's her being really self-critical because I haven't ever seen her do anything that I would consider weak or disconnected. Even when she's really tired, she's connected. So maybe it's just like if as you get closer to her, they're just saying, hey, is that what you guys are saying? Are you just saying like, hey, you are super connected, but if you for some reason feel like you're not, you've got a few other people over here, and it's always hard to meet your own group? Is that sort of what this is? Sort of basically? I don't know. Oh well, I see Kat every day, or have access to talk to her every day. You guys can, maybe I can try and understand this because I'm uncomfortable. I know that you guys know what you're doing, guides, okay, and spirits and angels, right? I'm not trying to critique you. It's not your fault. But I feel uncomfortable hearing this information like now about someone else that I don't know well who's very talented. Kat, what do you think your grandpa said? Your grandpa said you should be one of her receivers, not just a mod. Have you already done that? Or or is this you getting um, encouragement? Read her? You can't hear him? You want him to? I'd be careful. He'll probably get real loud. I don't know. I'm trying to think what could have sounded like I said I read her. Um, I know one time I told you, because I've told Joe too, that in one of her lives she was just taking open questions, and I asked um, how she runs. Just talks about I just run through my chakras and clear them real quick, and I asked how she does that, and she answered, and then I said I was having a hard time reading her because um, I felt like that question irritated her, but like I'm not sure. I can't think of any other time when I would have used the word like read or reading her. Like she's never asked me for a reading, and so I can't. Do you remember the context that you're referring to? There's a lot of overlapping things happen right now. Your grandpa smiled and sort of blew a kiss. It's sort of like silly but very gentle. Well, I don't know. I might have said something else that was confusing. I'm certainly capable of saying many confusing things, but that's the only thing I can think of that I've ever said really about speaking with her. Um, just because I haven't gotten a chance, not because I wouldn't. She's fantastic. She's up there. She's up there with Donna, Serafina, you know. Yeah, I don't know either. That's why I was like, huh. I mean, I would love to give her a reading if she needed help. I would love to just learn from her, you know? But like, um, I mean, I do. Like, that's why I watch so many other readers, right? To learn. To learn, you learn a lot from readers about what you want to do, i.e., her and Donna, right? And then other readers, you might learn some of the things you don't want to do. Talking about they're talking about Cat like as soon as you said as soon as I read I'm trying to find the Yellow Brick Road, they're talking about um, that you do really well until you actually think consciously about finding it and then you get tense. Is that true? Somebody in the guidance system said, "Yes, it's true. Why would I say that?" Like, well, I don't know. I have to verify. Yeah. And so your grandfather said it's a mixture of words and visual downloads. Okay. So he was like, so when you get to that point where you know you're like, okay, I'm ready, I'm looking for the road, and you start to tighten up, then he goes, then it became visually like, just do this, and then he just sort of starts sort of dancing around. Then he has your grandmother, right, and they're sort of dancing around together like you know, official like dancing stance. um and it's like, I know what you mean, right? You mean like just find something happy to flow your way through. But you know, I think I would love more details because like he's using his version of that. I would love if they would tell us like more exactly about what you could do, because I mean you're not going to get up and start dancing with your grandmother like that, at least not exactly how he is. I don't think it's about practice personally, because I think that um, are you? Can I ask? Are you really scared? Like, are you scared of how it's going to feel when those things like move real fast? I don't mean like terrified, but like, do you have some kind of fear around that? Like, like, um, like you don't know how it's going to physically feel, and you worry about that or something? Somebody said, and this was definitely from my group, right? But they said, so I mean, they have to be from my group, but they said, you know, if you two ladies could get drunk, which we really can't, you know, because men and stuff. Well, maybe you could. So maybe you could. But so they were saying like if you guys could hang out and like do rods and do like stoner Saturday or tipsy Tuesday or whatever and do rods, they're saying for whatever reason, you know, things would be like boom. Like so it has something to do with
Maybe
relaxing.
lower the inhibitions.
Mhm. Something to do with relaxing. I mean, I can smoke. Like we could do something like that, Kat, if you would enjoy that. Oh, it's just interesting. I just looked at my phone, cousin, and like 15 minutes ago, I was getting sort of casual information about somebody saying like somebody said, and I didn't understand it. They said, "Yeah, he's fine." And I knew they weren't talking about this area. He's fine, but there's someone you haven't met yet. Um, and then I see that like 15 minutes ago, you sent me a message with a boy picture. So I think they were talking about him. Yeah, it's something because, and they were like, also they just think we'd be like somebody just in this again, my smart ass people. Somebody said, yeah, two stoned old ladies on YouTube. That would be hilarious. Old lady. Just because you didn't live in your body long enough to be old doesn't mean you can make fun of me for doing it. Stranger danger. Is your new job in Lawrence, like, do you, is it near downtown, like near Massachusetts Street? Or do you go downtown near Massachusetts Street for lunch or something? Showed me Mass Street, and then they showed me like I can't remember. When you go all the way to the other side of that, and then there's a thing that go. There's like a road that runs down by the river, down by the van, down by the river. No, like it's like another like area, like shopping and like sort of restauranty area by the river. So, but they showed me Mass Street, and then they showed me this by the river. So, but do you go there regularly? Because I think you're gonna meet someone in that area. That's why I wanted to know if like the business was in that area or if you guys go out to lunch in that area. Now I want to look up restaurant owners in that area. Like I'm seeing someone, like visually seeing a dude. Cute too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they did and they mean it, right? But I think you might still you could like you still might meet him. That doesn't mean you have to date him right away. But you're gonna encounter him. He's fair. Like he's got lighter hair and he's very tall. Uh, did you? Okay, now I want to know if there's like a. I think there's going to be a newspaper article like in the last 2 or 3 years about him being a young restaurateur or something. I don't know if it's on Mass Street or if it's like um, in the area by the river. I'm going to be Googling it here in a minute because I would like to see if his face I'm seeing pops up in the newspaper. Yeah, this guy's fair. Like it's like I mean it's blonde, and I was trying to look because you know how really light hair usually is very rare unless somebody's color treating it. I was trying to see like is there an element where the it's been lightened, but no. And it's not like bleach blonde, right? But it's like it's fair, it's blonde. And it's interesting, like they're showing him dressed in it's not really business casual, like in like a frumpy way, but it's like um he looks like well dressed, like well styled, let's say, in a lot of sort of classic basic clothes. However, there's some like alternative element. Like I don't know if he has like small, but they'd be small, like small gauges in his ears, or if like under this somewhat business like styled out thing, he's like covered in tattoos or what it is. His hair gives just a little bit of like an alternative bent. Yeah, now I want to be all looking in the thing. Okay, wait. When did you do this drawing? It is a soulmate drawing. This is not that far off. Okay, what? That tripped me out. Okay, but how do you make these? Okay, guys, so just she said did a soulmate drawing last year when intoxicated and sent me this picture, but I don't know the process of like how you do a soulmate drawing. This so the person I saw, he doesn't have the facial hair at the moment. The hairline and the face shape, the brows, the eyes are pretty similar. I think the forehead's not quite as big, and the hair is styled so it's sort of just like tiny bit alternative punk. Um, okay, what did you say? To be honest, that's key. What part's key? Okay, now I'm looking up. Yeah, I guess he could be a chef too, but it's restaurant. Oh, there's a lot of articles come up like seem to be like couples, which happens a lot here in town too. But we're looking chefs, young chefs, head chefs. It used to be in and then moved. Yes, I think you do. You have extremely honest husband. Just kidding. Right, what this is. Sorry, everybody. I'm researching. Okay, I'm gonna do this later, but I already wrote down 3 names. Last live I did you tell them I was dozing off, felt like it's floating on a magic carpet? Well, I didn't get to ask you many questions about that, I don't think. I switched my mindset. That's awesome. He's a chef. I'm down. I love food. That's what my first reading said. She laughed and said, "Oh, is he brutally honest?" Yeah, I mean, like, God, my God, when you're tired of liars, it's it's almost like you can get a sickness from being around liars too much. Um, I mean, I guess that's true of all negative things, but like I don't know. It's like I don't know. It makes you feel more unwell than other things do. A great fluffy feather flew into my car. You're back on track. That's good. How's the? I mean, how is the commute? Or are you going at different times of day? Like, is it not like standard rush hour? I think it is though. I can't get Flyana Boss lyrics out of my head. Well, that's good. That's good because it seems like it would be not short. I mean, like, I don't care. I used to like. I was hanging out. I was hanging out there at the clubs like when I was 16 because since it's a college town, and then I don't know between 16 and 21, I think I drove there several times a week in the middle of the night. What book are you listening to? Joe will like this. I have 3 names from the newspaper. Let me clarify. Um, but like I read like 15, but 3 of them I was prompted to write down. So I want to look. I want to look further into those people. It's a 50-minute drive. It's a fun town. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not time. However, it's interesting. I think they're there. So Joe, like I knew you were a bibliophile, but did you know you're also elect electiophile?
I don't. What does that mean?
A bibliophile, as you know, is a book lover, right? A
Right.
lectiophile means lover of reading. So
Okay.
apparently, like you
So
can
every
without reading
bibliophile
them.
is a lectiophile then.
Well, I don't know because I think some bibliophiles like books but don't read books.
Oh,
Right? Some people like the smell of them or just want them around in their house, even if they're not taking time to read them, or if they do digital everything and listen to books, but they still want the physical books in their environment. That's a bibliophile. A lectiophile loves to read. But they're saying this even person says, I'm not even certain what separates a lectiophile from a bibliophile because I have not met a reader who didn't like books. However, but you could meet a book lover who doesn't like to read.
but suppose you're talking about like reading cards the way you do. Is that a lectiophile as well?
Ooh, I don't know the answer to that. Also, librophile is a bookworm. So there's a whole bunch of different. Um, oh my gosh, a librocubicularist. A librocubicularist
Wow.
is someone who reads in bed. Librocubicular cularist. Librocubicularist. There we go.
Huh. Interesting.
Omniligent. Omniligent means having read everything. And then it goes into this whole like bibliomania thing. Bibliomaniac is a person who's obsessed with owning books, valuable ones, but doesn't care to read them.
I see. Yeah, that for those people, the first editions would be important.
Now there's this whole article on how to flirt with sapiosexuals. Hi, David. How are you?
Well,
I know this is interesting what you just said. Hold on a second here. Just started royally not ready. Will I lose my virginity to you? How are you, David? I love your first question. How is your day going today? I suppose it depends on the nature of the question. No, actually, historically on this channel, your first read is always free. Do you have a question that's a real question? Or is it going to be stand up? Either way, we're excited to find out. David, you don't have to own a restaurant, do you? or or are you a chef? It's just something silly we were discussing up until now. Ray thought that was funny. Ray is looking to fall in love with a chef. I don't know if he left or not because there were four and then there's three now, but either way, funny, funny. Does anybody click to see if they can see? Does he have a channel? the comedy stylings. Just to feed you and tell you you're pretty. Well, you are pretty. What's your favorite kind of food? Like if like the best ever. Like if you were going to do or okay, what's your favorite first thing to eat with somebody that you enjoy spending time with? Doesn't have to be like a romantically, but because I have a thing that I always would take over to people. No channel? Okay. I'm just curious. Tacos, pasta, wings. Yum, yum, yum. I had a habit always of whether it was a new potential like partner or pal, if we were going to be hanging out at either one of our residences for the first time, like I always had like this basket of food that I would like make, right? And it was always like munchies. So it was always like garlic, roasted red pepper and garlic hummus and pita, like whole wheat pita bread and spreadable goat cheese, a lot of different fruits. Um, Usually, like maybe like those little baby tomatoes, um, pesto, some sort of chocolatey thing like Nutella. Um, when I wasn't on medication, I could drink. I would bring something light, like a just wine, like a Moscato or a Riesling or something. It was just like a little picnic basket full of like the type of food you eat with your fingers and then lick off your fingers, and the type of drinks or weed that made you like giggle. Grandma's enchilada. I don't, what's interesting is, just we had the same grandparents, but just like in every family, right? Due to proximity and different dynamics with our parents between the grandparents and stuff, you knew her so much more intimately than I did. Yes. Oh, I've done that. I love the bed of the truck star watching kind of scenario. Um, exactly right. But it was just perfect too. Like if it was girls, I mean, of course, everyone on this channel knows sometimes new partners were girls, but I mean, when I say girls, like a girls' night, genuinely just new friend, not new flirtatious interest. And even then, like it would, except for with like for a girls' night, it would be no, actually, I was going to say for a girls' night, but anytime it was with a girl for any reason, I would throw like the tarot in there, and then sometimes I would throw like maybe a few self care products in, like I don't know, like a face mask or um, like a hairbrush and um, like hair ties so we could play with each other's hair. Um, and then usually, like if we got more comfortable, the next time I did the basket, I would bring body paints. I was super into that with everyone. Yeah, I would love that. Um, in my home, Sam is the superior chef. However, I'm certainly capable. And even if he doesn't let me in there, if he's having a don't touch my kitchen kind of moment, he would love to use that recipe. I even do that stuff digitally, meaning like when I go to chat rooms to hang out and meet other couples and stuff, I bring like an imaginary basket full of that stuff to play with. I think it's just everybody has their own version of a vibe test, right? Different people like different things. And in my case, like if they want to eat sort of sensually with their hands and they don't mind getting messy because they're not uptight, right? They don't mind like sitting on the floor and being artsy and getting a little weird on the weed or the booze or whatever. And that's my vibe test. Have either one? I know that Cat is definitely like up in the chat of YouTube, but have you guys either of you been like chat room junkies in your past? Do you have any of that in your histories? The Nine of Cups, happiness, vitality, optimism flew out, and the Seven of Cups flew out, which is all about choices. Okay, well, two cards flew out. I'd say choose. It's saying you have many choices, but choose happiness. Choose happiness. I don't know who number four is, but welcome back, number four. I thought I was going to see Miss Claudia tonight because I know she and I spoke about she needed a reading last night. She was going to come to the live, and then the stuff happened where the live didn't happen. And then today, all day, busy, hammered with school and stuff. So I sort of expected to see her here tonight. I think there's a lost item. I hope she found it, but there was a lost item, and maybe more. Hi, MB. I'm always glad you're here. You don't want me to push you out into the out of the ether. This is my cousin Ray. I don't know if you were here the first time she came. It's always good to see you, though. So only once in high school your dad took a. Are you saying mine uncle like jumped in the chat room and was like, "Let me type"? Midnight, of all the people I know that hang around here, sometimes regularly, sometimes in passing, is the one that lives the very closest to me. He took over typing. Oh, our fathers. Well, that actually means she lives the closest to Ray, to Miss Ray, too. So I always think when you go, it's just me, I always think I should have known that. Like, I should have known that it's energy that's in closer proximity. I think sometimes I've felt you sooner, but I think you're the queen of the multitask, if I had to guess. And so sometimes the multitask um, is the best way. It's the best way to mask. I don't want to make you talk if you don't want to, MB, but if you feel like answering, please let us know how you're doing. I hope that you're doing extremely well. If you don't feel like it and you're being the queen of the multitask, please feel free to move about the cabin and do as you like. I hope, you know what? I just had like this weird, like, little tiny spike of panic that says we should check on X. Helen. Hey, lady, we're just streaming, and since you haven't been feeling the best, we're thinking of you and asking how you're doing. Yum. See, you're a late eater like we have been traditionally. Anything yummy for dinner? Kat's been having making yummy dinners too. She's been really. I shouldn't talk for her. She's right here. That's dumb. But anyway, she's been making awesome dinners. I'm about to just do a reading for the collective because I love socializing and we can keep doing that like while that happens. Um, but I was sort of waiting because there were one or two people that had said they wanted readings yesterday that I thought were going to pop in. But since they're not here, I'm going to like give it a few more minutes and then. Ooh, but I love Panera's yummy though. They make the good breads and soups and sandwiches. Oh my goodness. I think I like almost their whole menu. But yeah, so I'm going to give it like 5 more minutes and shuffle everything I have here, and then we'll do the collecto reading. Compile and bake. What did you have from Panera? I'm having a weird Panera memory. The My kiddo's very first day of kindergarten, because we'd spent so much time together for so many different reasons, I'd had all these people tell me, you're not going to be able to let go. It's going to be terrible. You've spent so much time together, blah, blah, blah. And I was worried about that actually because we had spent so much time. And I thought, what if these people are right? Because I felt happy for him to go to school, but like they were coming at me, um, making accusations of me being too helicoptery or something. I'm not sure the point. But anyway, so they got me all riled up and I was believing it. And so like I thought I'm gonna leave him in kindergarten and be traumatized or whatever. Especially if he's upset. Of course he wasn't upset, so that was fine. So then I was like, okay, what am I gonna do? Because it was like a half day of school and it was like I didn't have anything else to planned, and by the time like they did introductions and things at school for parents that day, it was like, oh, we have an hour left. So I was like, what am I going to do? So I went to Panera, which I don't regularly do anymore. There used to be one across from a theater I worked at, and I went every day. And I got their chocolate croissant, and I sat there and I was like, I think I'm sad. I think I'm sad. I like had one bite of the croissant and I was like, ooh, I got some freedom, like immediately. It was like, freedom. I haven't been alone for like 2 hours since before he was born. So Panera made it all better immediately. Ooh, steak sandwich. Ray cooks too. What did you have tonight, Ray? I don't do the cooking very so much. When I do, it is not a disaster. However, yeah, pastry does equal happiness. I concur. Wait, pasty or pasty? Either way, they're both good. Yeah, and I think honestly, I would have had that. I would have been fine even before kindergarten started if I hadn't all these people telling me that I wasn't going to do well. And why my stubborn ass, who never believes anyone, chose to believe that, I'm not sure. Um, but literally, not only was I doing that, but I was already like scanning the available foster like in that 2 hours I was scaling the available foster child situations too, going, okay, well, if he's going to be gone part of the day, surely I have the energy to help someone else. Let's take a look and see who's available for fostering. Pastry, well, either way, pasties are good, so are pastries, so I wasn't sure. Football game and taking all my extra kids home, so put chicken strips in the oven and pizza rolls. I have leftover homemade chicken and noodles in the fridge. Ooh, yum. Chicken and noodles. I'm assuming somebody made those noodles, like, too. Homemade noodles. Like, that's a good time. They're just as good pulled as they are cooked, too. I bet you make great pastries, Midnight Baker, at midnight. Yes, I do have a couple of good chicken and noodles recipes from, I think I should make a cookbook that are called that's called like, these are recipes from my boyfriend's mothers who thought I could handle life without their advice. It's a cookbook, um, because I had so many boyfriends' mothers giving me recipes, which is good though they're because I love, like, really enjoyed diversity, which means the cookbook would be quite international.
I think once you find the right title,
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, I know it was too wordy, but you get it though, right? Like, it's gonna be like boyfriend's recipes from my boyfriend's moms.
Yeah, that's ideal.
Yeah, or
A
recipes from
culinary tour
mom.
of my dating life.
Oh, that's good. Thank you,
It's a
editor.
subtitle.
See, that's where you got the chicken noodles. I thought so because I didn't think they were like, at least. Well, I don't know. They could be on your mom's side, right? But I didn't think they were on the side that we share. Um, or it could be like the story about how so many women thought I was gonna starve their precious baby boy. A cookbook. I don't know what it is, but they all were always like, and I think honestly, I was so skinny until the motherhood, right? Like, I think they took one look at me and went, "She lives on cigarettes and Diet Coke. My boy is dead now." And it was sort of like, "Well, we're 27, so your boy has probably fed himself since he left for college or work, whatever his choice was. So he don't need me, man." Excuse me, missus. I think he fed himself plenty well between you and me. Hoot! Oh, Midnight, talking about hoots. And again, I'm going to get her name wrong, but we went and we watched Champagne, the Champagne Psychic that you recommended. And I will say, I didn't get to watch like that much, but I did really enjoy like her drunk, her champagne drunk reading on like Marilyn Monroe and JFK. David would start, well, but how did he feed himself between other parts of life and you? What did he do in that window? You guys, she can tell you the story, but Kat and her husband had a cute in a dog park. Yeah, my favorite part actually that made me laugh the most Midnight was, she was doing the reading and she was dressed, stylish girl. And I have a kinship with her. She sort of reminds me of myself when I was younger, right? Like even the aesthetic and stuff. Um, but it was that she did, she was like, we're getting tipsy, we're doing the read, I love it. And then towards the end, someone who I think is like a BFF or one of her partners, he comes in, like knocks on the door, she lets him in, he sits down next to her as she's finishing the live reading, right? And, you know, and so she's like, he like looks at the clock and she's like, "Oh yeah, we're still going out tonight, so we're gonna end the live now." And just just clicks and it's gone. Right? She's like, "Sorry." He's like putting her coat on, as trying to get her to leave at the end of the reading, and I was like, "Oh, I find her so relatable." He fed himself. Met on the bike pack walking. Must love dogs is what work friends called him. But tell them the part. Who did you think he was trying to get hooked up? Because that's my favorite part, is what you thought was going on initially. Because that's even more rom com than any of the rest of it. I mean, also that means that he's John Cusack and you're Diane. Oh my gosh, why can't I think of her last name?
Are we talking about Dan Keaton?
No, younger. Did like the one in Tuscany.
Dan Lane?
Yes. So that means that he's John Cusack and Kat's Diane Lane if they're in that movie.
What?
Yeah. I love that so much. That's my favorite part, Kat. She thought he was trying to hook their dogs up, and that's the only reason why he wanted to meet up with them again, is that he wanted their dogs to socialize. I love that. It's so pure that
What's the name of this movie?
must love dogs.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh, well, guess what, baby cakes? You just revealed a rom com I haven't made you sit through.
That is true.
Dun dun
I
dun.
know there was one about this vet that had a radio show, and it was a kind of
Oh, I love
Cyrano
that
de
one.
Bergerac
Yeah, that's
reverse.
the truth about cats and dogs. That's
Oh,
good.
Right.
Uma Thurman and Janine Garofalo, who um, I always really, really, really loved just for so many reasons. And it's one of those weird life things where like we're not like connected, like bestie connected, right? However, now I have gotten to socialize with her quite a bit, since I've got a friend who her daughter went off to college and got like her first serious boyfriend. Now they live together, they're engaged, and it's Ms. Garofalo's nephew. And when she heard that, like, oh, and I think he lived with her some growing up. So she's sort of more mom than aunt. I'm not sure of the full story, but anyway, it's one of those weird things, right? Where, um, I thought she was just the bee's knees. And then now it's like, hey, you want to go out? You want to go out and hang out with me? And it's like, yeah, you can certainly manifest people somehow weirdly into your life, people you admire. He said, we can take your dog to the fenced area by the high school and let my dog off leash. I love that. Yeah, you should tell them just like as much as you can about that because it's just awesome. Not my mailbox. I'm trying to remember. I have your anniversary in my calendar. I get confused. Okay, so it's Amanda and Chris. They got married right around Valentine's Day. So I get some people's anniversary stories confused. Like Pixie and her hubby is like next week, the 27th. I can't remember the reason for the hiatus. I think you told me at one point. Oh, you guys are. Okay, you were the week before Valentine's Day. That's okay. I found it in the calendar. I was like, I know that they have something to do with Valentine's Day. We can be friends as long as you don't smooch me. Now, was he serious or was that like him figuring out a way to bring up smooching? Wait, no, you guys had already seen each other and smooched before, right? Oh, the 8th. The 8th. See, remember, remember last year when I was like, I don't know which day it is. I have 3 days marked for your anniversary. Okay. And now I've done it again. Wait. It is February. Okay. But I have it on the 7th. Why? Okay, let's fix that. Hi, Claudia. Sorry, I'm looking at the calendar because this is the 47th time I've messed up. Kat and David's wedding anniversary. February 8th. February 8th. Let's save that and hope it stays. There it is. Please stay. Oh, David said the 7th. Maybe that's when we were like all talking on speakerphone or something. Okay, so Claudia, you were one of the faces. I don't know if you are still in need or not. I hope you at least saw like the notes I left by the live last night. It was like stuff happened, right? The story doesn't matter. I'm sorry that I wasn't there. And then we worked on school all day today. So I was hoping to see you because you were trying to decide if you wanted a reading. I don't even know if you still need one. Um, if you do, I'm coming back in like 2 minutes. Please let me know what's up. I don't know what you said no ma'am to, so there is a lag. So if you would just tell me what you said no ma'am about and let me know if you need or don't need, and I will be right back. Okie dokie. Sorry about that. I think my bird thinks because I put her in her cage nest and closed the door that like I'm mad at her or something, but it's because she's been falling asleep on the outside of the cage under the coverlet and then doesn't sleep well. And then like when I find her there, she sleepwalks a lot, which I didn't think was possible till I had birds. And so anyway.
Interesting to think that there are birds sleepwalking in the forest.
Isn't that interesting?
It is.
Um,
Has the thunder stopped?
yes, yes. So the birdie next door, he's still next door. Um, okay, good. Here's whiteout. I was looking for my whiteout. The birdie next door is considerably calmer now, but he was the most scared.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she has been, Kat. She's been pardon me. She has been sleepwalking just consistently, but this thing where she falls asleep on the outside of the cage but crawls under the cover, that's been a problem a couple of different times because I can't see her in the cage and I go looking for her. And then sometimes she has gotten herself wrapped in the cover, and so she's not actually hanging from the cage anymore because in her sleep she's sort of moved. Then when she wakes up, she freaks out, right? Because she's trapped and like sort of managed to get twisted in the cover. Now, she's not getting hurt, but she's scared. So just try and, as soon as like that stuff happens, like she was starting to fall asleep tonight, so I ushered her into the cage and closed the door. Well, now we've all been talking and having conversation, and she's sitting looking at me like, "Why do you hate me? I would fly over and participate." It's like, because I'm trying to keep you from sleepwalking, baby doe.
I know humans that refuse to go to sleep and fall asleep in seated positions and all kinds of things like that.
Oh, you do?
Hmm.
I know you were like in a relationship with this total wacko that like the first like 6 months you guys were together. She she had been like a primary parent for 6 years by herself, and it was the first time in 6 years like that she had anybody helping her, and so she just hadn't really, even worse sleeping patterns. And one night she had the computer set up in the kitchen and fell asleep, like laid down and like standing up, but laid her torso on the stove top and fell asleep. And you were terrified that the burners were on and kept trying to like call her and stuff. You told me that story.
Yeah, well, I have a
You've
weird
dated
history.
you've dated some crazy bitches, man.
I will not argue or disagree with you.
Yeah, I didn't figure you would. Because I'm so right. So right all the time. That, of course, like, I mean, it's just natural to be like, whatever she says. Right? Yeah. Knew it. Knew it. Okay. I am taking this deck and starting to white out some areas on these playing cards. Just to prep in case we need it. I'm doing I am doing all of the diamonds and prepping these cards in case someone needs a reading about diamonds. Hold on a second here. You would pick up your granddaughter like that on the couch? Wait, hold on. What do you mean? What do you use for sleeping, Claudia? And what kind of pick cat? Bent over, feet on the floor. Yeah, I have fallen asleep standing up, just standing up. And I don't know, I'm sure there's been several particularly weird ones. It's gotten so much better since there's a co-parent that's an amazing co-parent. Let me qualify too. Yeah, isn't it trippy, Claudia? It's trippy. It's like, how did I manage that? Like, I was mid sentence, like stirring a bowl of batter or something in the kitchen. And sometimes the bowl like makes it back to the countertop, but I'm sleeping, standing up, holding the spoon or something. Sometimes the bowl of batter is spilled on the floor, and I am standing there. It's so much better now, though. I needed so much, it was so hard to catch up on that kind of missed sleep. These beauties. Oh, the queen of diamonds. I'm sorry, lady. I put a little too much white out on you, girl. Poor thing. Cousin, did you just get a new handbag? Oh, yeah, good. I'm sorry. I'm glad you answered about the over the counter. Do you know what it's called? Is it okay? Here's the other thing. Is it a med or is it a supplement? Have you been shopping for one? Is that the deal, Cosin? Because they're showing me some stuff. I'm just asking because you said not yet, so that makes me think maybe like it's something you're working on. And I'm sitting here wondering um, one of two things about it. You're shopping for one. Okay. Well, first thing, just to ask to clarify because my brain went. Wonder if it's one of two things that why they're like why I'm being shown that, right? Um, um, you're not shopping for a yellow one, are you? Okay. I think the white out is drying. It's drying all the diamonds. The diamonds are drying. Where's the queen? Queen, where'd you go, girl? You're missing. The queen is missing. That is not okay.
Didn't you draw the queen in whiteout and
Hmm?
apologize to her?
I did. And maybe she left because she got pissed. Hold on.
Maybe.
8, 9, 10. Jack. Okay. She fell down. She fell down and broke her crown. What's funny? Were you shopping for a yellow purse? Yes or no? Do you like Kate Spade? Were you shopping for Kate Spade? Or do you have another favorite? Yeah, Ray's a cousin of mine. She's a beautiful cousin. She's my cousin Larry from Meepos.
I was about to comment on your Miposian accent.
Yes, now we do the dance of joy. Die, 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 die. Hey, hey, hey. So I will show you this handbag in just a moment. I do not like to turn on the camera, but because the spirits were talking about it, so I don't go anywhere. So I've never switched over to this purse. It's brand new, tags on it. And it waited for me like it was in a Kate Spade series that I really wanted. Um, and then it hit a discount store. This is years ago. And I wanted the yellow one. There was only one yellow one and a whole bunch of different colors still there. And it waited at the store for me for months and months and months until I could swing it. And I love it very much. However, again, I don't go anywhere. And so I'm wondering if they started talking about it. They showed you with a different, they didn't show you like with a fully yellow one. And it was a little more tailored than the one I have, but I'm going to show you anyway because they were talking to me about it for some reason. So hold on one second. Okay, the other one I saw was like a Michael Kors because you know how it's more tailored and it's like they're sort of the bags are wider and more squared off and almost sort of like a cross between like a handbag and like a briefcase or an attaché or something. I was seeing you with something like that that was maybe a sort of in like the tan-ish family, or if it wasn't tan, it was like uber pale, like pink or yellow or something. But then I saw you with a brighter one. And so I'm just going to show you this. We'll see if that's why they were picking on me about it, or if it's going to be something to do with shopping in Lawrence. Hold on, I'll be right back. Now, please, if you feel neutral about it, don't feel pressured because I love this thing. Even just sitting in my closet, it brings me joy. However, it probably should have a life. And if you wind up really loving it, you are my cousin. Hello, Kanu. Is it Kanu Priya? It's nice to meet you. I'm going to show my cousin this handbag. Hold on one moment. Oh, my bird is quite upset.
I think the bird wants the handbag.
Well, it's bright. It's brightly colored. It's very beautiful. Sorry about the birds, everyone. Kind of, I always offer for a first-time visitor a free read. I think there might be one person in front of you in line, but I haven't received confirmation of that. So, but yes, I would very gladly answer a question. This is the handbag. I don't really want to appear with the handbag. Okay, go up to the camera handbag so I can turn the camera off. Okay, I'll send better pictures later, Ray. But I just think maybe. Okay. Well, it was Claudia that I thought maybe, but I think if Kanu has a brief question, maybe we should do that first because I think Claudia's might be a little more. What are the next actions of my friends towards me in these 3 days? Yes, I know it's your first time. Yes, we come from a slightly bigger channel than this, but it's quite small. So yes, I'm very glad that you're here for the first time. Welcome to you. And yes, I know for sure it's your first time here. So, what are the actions of my friend towards me in these next 3 days? I'm trying to feel through what if I need to clarify anything first for you. Just to clarify, the friend is male. Is that correct? There's a bit of a lag, so I apologize. Yes, okay. That's at least I wanted to make sure that I was on the right track. Kanu, would you like to be called Kanu? Would you like to be called Priya? Male and you're female. May I ask, the one other thing I'd like to ask, outside of what you would prefer to be called, Kanu or Priya or Kanu Priya? Kanu is fine? Okay. The one other question I would ask is your age range. I don't need to know your exact age or anything like that. Just maybe a decade, like are you in your 20s, he's in his 30s? That's the only thing I sort of need to know so that since I'm reading you for the first time and we don't know each other well, I want to make sure it's a way I can verify that my cards are on the right track. 26, thank you. I think, and he is a smidge older. Okay. Let's see. And it was actions specifically. Let's see. What are the next actions of my friend towards me? Okay. This is just me trying to listen to my guides. Is your connection with this friend, is it through work? They're trying to show me imagery here. Hold on one second. Guides and Ascended Masters. Please help me to connect with Kanu and her guides and Ascended Masters so that we can have a clear communication to give the answer she seeks. Please help all information be for the higher and greater good of everyone involved, for education, helpfulness, and the service of higher purpose. question is, what are the next actions Kanu's friend will take towards her in the next 3 days? What actions will he take towards Kanu in the next 3 days, please? How many cards, guides? Okay, start there. Okay. Okay. Waiting for the cards to fall here, my dear. Okay, can I please, guides, have a clarifier for each of these for Kanu? Okay. Interesting, lots of different wild cats are turning up, just in the cards themselves. So, okay, let me keep my mouth shut until I get all the cards here. Okay, I'm gonna, since this is sort of a cold reading, I'm going to do my best, ma'am, to give you an answer. I'm going to need you just to give me maybe yes and no answers so that I can stay connected to your energy a little bit. What I'm seeing here is that somehow it looks like you guys have some type of potential project that connects you. I don't know if this is work project, some sort of education thing, but it's some sort of collaboration, because it's talking about there sort of being a little bit of competition in this situation, and debating back and forth, and that brings a little bit of tension into your experience. Would you say that that is something that you resonate with so far, so that I can move forward? I just want to make sure that the first two cards they gave us ring true to you, and then I can move along much faster. Okay, so I'll tell you what the cards say, and then you can ask some questions to clarify. So it's talking about, competition, and there was some sort of debate. It brought some tension, or I don't know if that's one of the more recent things, and that's why you're not in communication. Right, I understand you don't want to give the whole thing away. Okay, then it's talking about you as sort of a creative leader, and they're talking about you specifically, that you're very creative, you have leadership energy, and you're focused on whatever it is you take on, which is definitely a plus for you in this dynamic with this person. Sometimes people find that threatening. Whatever's going on, whatever you have going on with this person, they do not find your leadership qualities threatening, which is a good thing. Then it talks about um, planning planning some sort of potential. It says, then it brings up the question, um, are we going to sort of form a partnership? Now, I'm not getting anything about whether this is romantic or business partnership. It looks a little bit more like a creative collaboration to me, at least at this point. Um, but it's saying the question, somebody has a question of, should we partner up and work on this, or should we partner up and will that lead to this? The answer is, right now, partnering up with this person is not the advised situation in the next few days. They're talking then about um, so it appears you view this as somebody that could be like a potential um, collaborator in life and work, that this is a prospective person for you, whether that's friendship, romantic, or work. Again, it's not clear yet. However, right now they are not communicating at all. We have the Page of Wands, but it is inverted. It's talking about, that talks about clear and good communication. They are not communicating officially with you. Okay, let me look at the chat. It's caught up now. Can't see much. Could be debating themselves. Maybe it's romantic. Okay. So thank you for putting that, giving me that little bit of information. That helps me. So in the competition, debate, defense thing, the tension, it seems like there was something that happened that created, I don't know if you guys just disagreed about something, or if someone gave them information that made them believe that you guys have very strong different views. However, um, they like they like that you have good focused leader energy. They like your creativity. They don't find that threatening like some people would, so they are drawn in by that for sure. And then again, there's this discussion about being potential partners. It says plans, partnership, influence, right? Underneath that, though, the creator says no. But then coming up, it talks about proposal, quest, prospect, communication. So the thing is, what they're saying right now is, this is a person who does think highly of you. They think highly of you. They don't find you're very strong, because you're reading as being somebody that really is strong-minded. I don't mean stubborn. I mean creative and a leader and a force of nature. That's how at least you're being shown in these cards. And they don't find that threatening at all. However, in terms of having, in the next 3 days, that's what we asked about. Next 3 days, a partnership occurring is not likely, but it is more about, you don't know how to approach you. I'm going to ask for a clarifier here, but it looks like basically, because we have the Knight of Cups, right? Who is the proposer, the quest, the person that seeks out a prospect, right? And so that means there's interest. However, they don't know how to talk to you or how to approach you. So I'm going to ask for a clarifier on on why that is, and see what if they can clarify that for us. Why are they stuck? Why there's in the next 3 days there won't be a partnership that happens, because not because they don't want to, but because they don't know how to communicate with you. I would like to know what's standing in the way of that. This is interesting. They don't feel like they are your equal. Do you know why that is? I don't know if they feel. I'm going to ask why they don't feel like they're your equal. Why do they not feel like Kenu? Why do they feel like they're not a good equal? They view you, this is interesting, they view you as like very fun, loving, almost magical, and they don't think that way about themselves. This has something to do with his confidence. His confidence. Okay, let's see if we can find out any more. Anything more about why they don't feel like an equal to Kanu? Because knowing this can help her maybe understand what's happening. Why do they not feel equal? Why does he not feel equal to Kanu? It makes sense to you why he feels not equal? Yeah, he just keeps showing up as, thinking all these great things of you, right? Um, thinks you're fun and magic and loving, like almost magical, thinks that you represent grace, fertility, love, and that you're beautiful, but thinks that he has none of that. And clearly you must have some interest in him. Why would he feel this way? Okay, I'm going to ask why. Oh gosh, everything flipped out. Hold on. Everything fell out of my hands. He feels like you also have a lot better choices than him. Is there someone that's said something? Surely you are interested in him, so you're not somebody that's given him that that impression. Here it is. Yes, so the Ace of Wands, which is sort of talking about career and like new advancements in your career, new promotions, new raises, traveling because you are advancing at work, except for it's inverted. So there is, like the card that came now, the Ace of Wands inverted, is talking about you're saying about him feeling like, you know, his career's going nowhere and that you're magic and he just doesn't deserve you. You don't judge him. Yeah, I didn't feel like you, I don't feel like that's coming from you. I'm going to ask uh, guides, is there, I would love to know on her behalf, is this coming from a person other than her friend, or is this something that just he is thinking about? Can you please answer that? Because if someone has said something rude to him, perhaps that needs to be gently addressed or something. No, okay. He just thinks it's the way of the world. It's him. He thinks the way of the world, you know, dictates that, you know, when you are so amazing, and he thinks you're so amazing, and thinks very highly of you. I guess it seems like he must. It feels like he must be a little shy. But he feels like, you know, it's just the rules. It's the rules. You know, my career should be real, very strong, and she's so magical and wonderful, and I am not that. And so, and he's sad. He is sad about that. Like, you know, he feels like, oh, it's my loss. It's my loss, but like I can't get there. I'm going to ask for advice from the guides. I mean, this was just the next 3 days, right? Things could change significantly because this is not a person that dislikes you. Although I'm wondering now, this this debate and competitiveness, this tension, who was that with if that wasn't with you? Let's see. At the very beginning. It's just himself. He's arguing with himself about, I like her, but how could I, it's not appropriate for me to ask her how. Okay, let's say, guides, do you have any advice for Kanu about how in the next couple of days, because this is just 3 days, how to gently indicate that this stuff doesn't matter? Will we come together before end of September? Okay, thank you. That's a great thank you. Those extra questions help me a lot because I can attach to your energy. Okay, will we come together before end of September? Will they reach out to me? Okay. So they're not in communication because he's arguing with himself. So, okay. Guides and Ascended Masters, please help us. Okay, will Kanu and this gentleman be able to come together and at least begin communicating again before the end of September? I'm going to ask that question first, do 3 cards on that, and then ask if they'll reach out to you. Maybe the first will answer the question, but will Kanu and this gentleman come together before the end of September, guides? Gosh, they talk about him having a warm heart, being warm-hearted, sad that he thinks like that about himself. Will they come together before the end of September? So I'm going to ask for a clarifier. What it says on the question of will we come together before the end of September, it says, he's very thinking he's also lovely. He's just lovely. I understand why you're interested in him. He very much wants to, and there's potential and definitely the desire to do so. It's just a challenge of his courage, sort of being brave enough. So there's definitely potential here. It challenges his courage. Can we find out, will he be able to overcome that, his hesitation before the end of September? What's interesting is once he finally decides, he is super reliable guy. I'm just looking for when he makes that choice. Will he reach out to Keno before the end of September? Will he do the reaching out to Keno before the end of September? My, lots of cards fell. Okay, let's see here. I think the answer is yes. This person is quite taken with you, and he just feels like he wants to have things more together. I don't know if he feels like he thinks in every relationship that has to be the case, but because he thinks that you really have your act together, he really would like to have his too. The thing is, once he does decide, once he says, okay, I'm going to be brave enough to do this, he will not waffle. He will not change his mind once he finally makes a move. He won't be one of those people that is like, oh, I'm interested, now I'm not, or I can be there, or now I can't. He will, once he makes up his mind. That's why it takes more time, because he's not somebody that takes any choice lightly. He doesn't take any choice lightly. So he's really taking his time to make sure he's doing the right thing, and that he won't be sort of insulting you, because he does think that you are so amazing. He doesn't want to insult you by offering you what he views as a man who's not like completely have his act together. I will say it seems like there is a connection sort of on a soul level between the two of you. And he's just sort of trying to find a balance between his pull to you and his overthinking, fear about being not good enough. But when you did ask, will he reach out to you? It sort of says, well, he feels the spiritual connection. The balance and harmony are off a little bit right now, just because again he's fighting between what he feels like in his soul and his heart. Between that and his head that is thinking over. However, I will say the last card that fell is the Lovers card in this deck, which is love, harmony, union. So, um, it certainly looks like you wind up together. The thing is, they're not telling me the timetable. Is there any way, guides, you can show me between now and when? Like how long is Sweet Canoe going to have to wait? Um, how long before he would make a move? How long before he would make a move? Let's ask that question first. And then we'll ask if there's anything she can gently do. How long before he, right now, from now until whenever, how soon will he make a move to get back into communication with Kanu? He's very honest too. That's good. But they keep telling me about him, but not showing me a timeline. Oh, what are these? Wow, I think some of what's going on is he's actually trying to work on some of his things that it's talking about him working on his prosperity, his work, anything he might invest his time in or his money in. He's trying to focus on being a leader like he views you as being. He's very honest. So he's actually, this silent time seems like he's trying. Maybe it's hard to see because he doesn't even know, because he's trying to prepare for you, but that means he cares about you a lot. Is there anything Kanu can do to show some type of support or some sort of advice you can give her about how to handle this time before they speak? Like what is your advice, guides, for what she should do? Okay, so the advice is for you to take some sort of action. Okay, can you please show us what type of action? That fell right on top of the Lovers cards too, so I'm almost wondering, would you feel, Kanu, would you feel weird reaching out? Um, would you feel, hello, Shopaholic, I'm sorry, I will be available here in just a moment. Um, would you feel comfortable reaching out to him, Kanu? I'm wondering if that, because they're saying take action. I don't think you have to be, maybe like asking him out, but I just think, or maybe writing if you feel uncomfortable with, calling him directly, but some type of like, they're talking about action. I'm hoping they'll give us a little more information, but it's I'm wondering what you would feel comfortable doing. I understand, like, you'd rather him be ready and do the asking, about a partnership. That makes total sense. But they're advising action, so I'm trying to find out if it's just staying in touch so that he knows there's no judgment on your part. Do you live in proximity? Yeah, I know you want him to be the one, to do like the asking about a partnership, but they're talking about action, and I think it's more like somehow just letting him know, hey, you know what? I still am your friend, I'm still your friend from here. I still care about you as a person. Um, and and it doesn't have to be where you make a firm statement of any kind. It almost feels like a letter, or maybe just a greeting card, or just I hope you're having, I was thinking you were on my mind. I hope you're having a lovely day. Something of that nature. Do you feel like in this day and age it would be weird to send him a letter or a card? I think they're just saying you care about him. He admires you greatly. He seems to be trying to get his act together so that he could express that. So they're not saying, hey girl, ask him out, but they're just saying like a little something like, um, you would talk to him. Okay. Yeah, the card that came up. Do your families know one another? The card that came up is sort of a card of families. These fell out again. I know that it's going to happen. The problem is I just can't see. It's just not telling me when. Now, when you do run into him, yes, that's a beautiful idea, actually. Um, that's a beautiful idea because it's something very subtle. They're not saying, call him up. That's why I asked about a letter or something, right? Because then you're not making contact and you're not even voice to voice. But it's just something that shows support for what he's like, that says, hello, friends. I hope you're well, because I think, because I wish you well and I know you're working very hard, or something to that effect. Let's see. Do you have either the Hierophant came up, which is about a teacher. Often that can be some sort of spiritual teacher. It could also be just an educator of some nature. Do you have a spiritual base in common or something? Yeah, they're not showing the timeline. Let me see if I can ask this question, because you asked specifically about the end of September, and they just said, yeah, all through September he's working on that. I know what I'm going to do just really quickly so we can move on here. Getting out my divining rods real quick because I can ask yes and no's really quick. Thank you guys for archangels, angels, guides, and ascended masters, those of the light and from the light. Thank you so much for all of your help and assistance. We're so greatly appreciative. First, very important question. Do you love and respect? Thank you. That was very smooth in my communicating with angelic energy. Thank you so much. Can you please show me what a no answer would look like? Thank you. Okay. Can I please ask a question about Kanu and her gentleman friend? Thank you very much. The question is, the cards seem to indicate that he has a great deal of interest and thinks very highly of her. Is that accurate? Okay, that's a very strong yes. Thank you so much. And then her question, which it might be easier to answer with using this tool, will he make contact with Kanu before the end of September? Oh, it's a big, strong yes. It's a big, strong yes. I'm using the divining rods. I'm sorry, I don't have the camera on today. I've not been well, so I don't have it set up properly. But so by the end of September, um, will he be? Her original question was about the next 3 days, and since we can ask yes or no using this, will he be reaching out to contact Kanu in the next 3 days? No. Okay. But again, just to double check, because I'm human and flawed, will he be reaching out to connect to Kanu before the end of September? Yes. Again, that's our second big yes. Do you have any other yes or no question you would like to ask, my dear? The cards, guides, the cards, angels, cards seem to really indicate very much that he admires Kanu a great deal. Is that accurate? Oh, yes. Okay, that's a very big yes. Thank you for the information. And so it feels like what you guys are saying is he returns Kanu's affection, her affection towards him. He feels similarly towards her. Okay, that's a big, strong yes. That's a big, strong yes. So he will reach out and make contact with Kanu before the end of September. Yes. And will he then begin a process where he regularly reaches out to speak with her after that? Yes. Okay. From what you can see from your higher and much more knowledgeable perspective, angels, do you see that this is a healthy, beneficial, joyful, and loving, positive relationship for both Kanu and this gentleman? Big yes. Oh, it's a big yes. I don't know. Let me find out. Hold on. Let's see. Wait, did he tell his parents? What did he tell? Oh, wait. About. Okay. Okay. Do we still have someone tapped in on the rods? Yes. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful for your help. Did he tell his parents? Okay. Here's a big question. I can feel the rods already sort of wiggling. Archangels, from what you can see, has he told his parents, as of today, has he told his parents about Kano? Yes. Yeah, that's a big yes. Did you not expect him to have done that? I'll ask it one more time just because the way you phrased it, it seems like you weren't sure. And I'm human and flawed, so um, archangels, angels, guides, and ascended masters, I apologize. I'm going to ask again. Did the gentleman tell his parents, his folks, about Kano? Yes, that's a big yes. Um, did he give them a lot of information about how he feels about her at this time? No. Okay. Did he speak of her positively to them? Big yes. Okay. Did were they receptive and interested in what he had to say? Yes. So he did mention you. It doesn't sound like he spoke too much about his feelings, but he spoke highly of you and they were receptive to that conversation. Okay, you were. Okay, that's good. I wasn't sure from the way it was phrased, if you were surprised that he told his folks, but he did. Um, Archangels, angels, guides, and ascended masters. Is there anything else that we should be asking on this topic that we haven't asked yet? No. Okay, so not as of right now. So um, we've asked, does he feel affectionately towards Canu? Okay, yep. We're just going through it again. Yes. Is he going to speak to her and reach out to speak before the end of September? Okay, another yes. We're going through the list really quick. Did he tell his parents about Canu? Yes. Okay. You guys are so on the ball. I appreciate how great you are with these rods. And um, did he tell them every, very detailed things about how he feels about her? No. Okay, so that answer stayed the same too, just making sure that my human energy isn't in the way. And were they receptive to the conversations that they did have with their son about Kanu? Yes. Okay. I think this is good. I wasn't sure just because we hadn't met before. It's lovely to meet you, by the way, Kanu. This gentleman thinks that you're amazing, so you must be a pretty lovely lady, because he thinks a lot about you in a lot of different regards. I mean, really, genuinely thinks a lot about how smart you are and how you work and that kind of stuff. And so this is fantastic news. I'm glad you came by. We hope to see you again in the future, and I hope that this helps you. Um, please let us know. Please swing by. We're here fairly often. Just let us know how it goes if you feel like it. Just oh, I don't know. I can ask that really quick. Hold on one second. I know that he talked like the car like talked about how smart he thinks you are. That was all over the cards. So he just thinks highly of your mind. He's also sweet on you too. But does he know you started? Are we still here, archangels? I just saw the orb. Okay, thank you so much. Um, you do you love God's source or whatever word people you? Thank you. Okay, I'm still dealing with angelic energy. Thank you so much. One more question, please. Um, does the gentleman that we're talking about with Kanu, does he know she's started her master's program? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I actually even heard one of my guides say, there's someone you have in common. He asks about you. He asks for little updates. I don't know who it is. It's another young man. I don't know if you have a brother or a cousin or a mutual friend, but it's another young man who would have more information about you. And I don't think they hang out all the time, but every time they encounter one another in passing, he asks, "Hey, what's she doing?" You're welcome. I'm so very glad that you came by. Yes, I don't know who the gentleman is. He must be, he feels like either somebody that is your family or that is another family very close with your family, where, mothers, um, adult family members talk to one another and say, "What is your child doing? This is what my child is doing." And then anytime he runs into this person, he's saying, "Do you know? Oh, and what of this person? And what of this person?" Um, so yeah, I think this is so exciting. Yes, Shopaholic, you are next. There's um, lovely Claudia in the chat here, but I can reach out to her personally if we need to, um, because we know each other from this room for a while now. Thank you. So, yes, I hope you will know soon, Kenny. I really hope that you come back and see us. If you feel like it, please do subscribe. We would appreciate it a lot. It was lovely to meet you. I look forward to meeting you again. I mean, especially you're interested in spirituality and tarot and things. We would love to learn from you as well. Yes, big hugs to you. Thank you for stopping in. Shopaholic, my dear, what may I do for you? Thank you so much for your Cash App donation. I appreciate it a great deal. I also very much, very much love the screen name Shopaholic. What are we reading on? Thank you, Kenu. I appreciate that very, very much. We came to a channel with just like a little over 100 people and are trying to start something a little more official. So thank you so much for joining. Cute smiles. Love and light and blessings master's program. Can't wait. Some other time, hopefully when you're by, we'll get to hear more about your educational process and what you're studying and that kind of stuff. Can you do a love reading? I want to know about my next love. Will it be your person? Hold on one second, ma'am. I think I'm going to grab a different deck if you don't mind. I've got a relationship deck that gives a little bit more detail, and I would love to give you details. One second. In accounting, oh, that's I am challenged in that area, but I am very impressed. Hold on one second. I'm going to grab you a deck, Shopaholic, and be right back. Well, so good luck to you, Kanu. I mean, I have a sister-in-law who had a great career in accounting, retired very early, and lives a very happy lifestyle. So that's amazing. I'll be right back, Shopaholic. Oh my goodness, Claudia, I was trying to talk to you. Yes, Claudia, I have made you actually a deck for your earrings. So when we're done here, I'm going to see if you're up, darling. Because I started this deck and I need you to fill in some of the stuff. And in the meantime, because I know you said the other day in my comments you stay up all night a lot too. So in the meantime, if you would text me a picture of it, then we can get together. I will call you privately. Love and light to the two that are leaving at the moment. And blessings. Okay, Shopaholic. Let's see here. A love reading. I want to know about my next love. Will they be my person? Okay, I wanted to phrase it right. Shopaholic. The first thing I'm hearing, I'm just shuffling, right? So I haven't laid any cards down or anything like that. The first thing I'm hearing from my guides is that you still have some energy from past relationships clearing. Is there something sort of recent past that you feel like I'm just trying to connect to your energy, so that's why I'm doing a few verifications. Is there just like some in recent past that are just sort of passing on through? Okay, thank you, Claudia. I will be in touch with you tonight, okay, darling? Thank you for being patient. Okay, there's lag. So while I wait for that answer, I'm going to start shuffling these decks here for Shopaholic, Archangels, Angels, Guides, and Ascended Masters. Those that are of the light and from the light. I ask for your help to connect with shopaholic and give her the information she seeks. Please help my angels and guides connect with her angels and guides. Please open a channel for us to communicate effectively and give her the information she needs for her highest and greater good, for her own edification, information, and blessings. Please help me be a clear channel. Okay, so that's good. Okay, thank you. There is energy clearing. Thank you. Just wanted to connect to your energy a little bit. Healing from your past. Okay, that makes sense based on what they just jumped in and said, right? It just wasn't anything bad. It just was, they said that there is energy clearing from the past, which of course to me indicated that, you know, there were some things that weren't great or some situations that were sad or whatever. And that's with everybody, of course, and everybody's different intensities. I just wanted to make sure I was in your lovely energy. Oh, I am in your lovely energy. You're such a sweetheart. I'm sorry that there were people that took advantage of that. I am learning. I'm in the process of learning to stand up for myself also in lots of different ways, right? When you want to make people happy and you love everybody, you give a lot, and sometimes, unfortunately, people will take advantage of that. I'm sorry that happened to you, because you deserve somebody that will allow you to still be yourself and be that way, especially if it makes you happy to be loving in that way, but will give back to you what you give and won't take advantage of you for it. Okay. We've got this deck shuffle. I'm going to shuffle one other one here. So we've got the relationship deck, and then I'm bringing out this inner child deck because I think it's going to be helpful to you and I here in this situation. I'm glad, whatever it was, I'm not going to be too nosy because we're going forward into your happy future, right? But whatever it was, I'm very, very glad. I'm very, very glad that you're here now. You're moving, well, you got out of whatever and you're moving forward. I'm really happy for you. Okay, I'm going to shuffle your energy into this deck too. Archangels, angels, guides, ascended masters. Please help me to connect with Shopaholic, not Shop Girl. I'm crazy. That's a movie, Shop Girl. Shopaholic. Please help my angels and guides connect to Shopaholic's angels and guides and help us keep the channel wide and clear and open. Please help all of these information be for everyone's higher, greater good, information, and usefulness. We do all of this with great love and affection for helping people. And Miss Shopaholic is a sweet lady. So which deck, you guys, you want me to start with first? Okay, thank you. Relationship deck first, okay. Yeah, I saw it right away. We have that. That's something we have in common. It's a hard one to work on when it feels like natural to you to be loving like that. I want to know about my next love. Will they be my person? Okay. So what can they show us about, please guides, what can you show us about Shopaholic's love relationship status in the coming months? What can you tell us about, like, her next person or people, and if they will be like what it looks like, if they're going to be like the person, Can you just show us what the next? What would you like, Shopaholic? Would you like to look over the next 6 months or the next year to see who comes in and out in that time? Oh, thank you. I just saw that. That's really a nice comment. Thank you. Next year. Okay. Okay. Lovely angels, you heard the lady. Can we please see what's going to happen for Shopaholic in love relationships over the course of the next year? Who shows up? What it's like, that kind of thing. I didn't even ask you guys how many cards. Okay. Oh, they're just falling. Okay. Wow. Wow. They're just popping out, girl. Okay, let's see here. We're looking for one more from this deck anyway for the moment. Okay. Alrighty. Sometimes I go a little quiet when I am looking over the story, so I know you might be new here, so I don't want you to think I've disappeared on you. I study a little bit here. Okay, so the first thing it very much says, right, is that you need to get very clear. They're advising you just right off the bat. You've got the Ace of Swords upright with the Ten of Wands inverted underneath, supporting it. And this is talking about basically, they're saying, okay, the universe is saying you need to be very crystal clear on what you want and need from a relationship, not on the fence about any of your deal breakers. Really know like what you will and won't accept, which sounds like you've been working on that, right? But they're saying continue that work, right? So that when you approach any situation, you go in knowing extremely clearly that's a yes for me, that's a no for me, that there's nothing wobbly about what, before there's a person and it's just your energy, you know I want these things. I absolutely do not want these things. And no matter who shows up in my life, if they're exhibiting anything that I do not want, they're gone. No waffling for me. I need to be secure in the fact that I these are the things I genuinely need, which that's extremely essential. But the things you want are just as important. This is your life. And while, of course, flexibility within a relationship is great, that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about the whole structure of the way it needs to be for you to be your happiest, healthiest, safest, sanest, most cared for self, right? So, and then so they're saying because that will basically help you be like the opposite of a doormat, right? Um, they're talking about that's crazy that like they were immediately talking about this energy for you, and then the second card that drops is about you're a kind and generous person, um, but also sometimes that goes into sort of doormat territory. And so they're just saying, we're done with that because there have been so many people that have done that. They've also expected you to clean up their messes and never reciprocate any of the positives. So they're saying if you go in immediately, already knowing that's done, that's over, no matter who it is, no matter what sob story they tell, even if I can totally empathize with why they're like that, it's a no from me, dog. and and then you've got to be really secure in your gut about that one, and then you've got to be really secure in your emotions and your thinking about that, having that really clear idea of your yeses and nos, because this is about manifesting, right? Manifesting the right circumstance and inviting the right people into your world. Okay, so that was like sort of their opener was, hey girl, hey, you have a solid mental idea so that you can manifest what it is that you're hoping to have. Um, so again, oh man, the second row is the justice. You've got the justice card upright. You've got the king of swords inverted. And so the justice card is talking about fairness and responsibility and values, right? And so in your case, like the justice you're owed is for the scales to tip completely back in your favor in regards to relationships, right? Like it is time. It is time for Shopaholic to have her day. It is her turn. It's been everyone else's freaking turn. It's Shopaholic's turn. And um, the um, King of Swords, it's interesting that they are inverted as support for this, um, because it's talking about, well, the King of Swords is an extremely rational card, right? It's a lot of thinking, and in this case, I think it's inverted because they're saying because you're a very smart person, you have a tendency to overthink, which means you've overthought yourself out of the fair justice that you deserve so many times, where you say, oh, this is so not fair to me, this is imbalanced, but I can think about where they came from, and I know why they're broken like this, and I can think circles around it. They're saying your brain has nothing to do with this. This is going to be a gut thing because you and your very smart brain can create puzzles and mysteries and whole universes out of just two sentences because you're so smart, but also you're letting your overthinking get in the way of what you need and what you deserve. The next what you have is the Fool. upright, and underneath supporting that is the Eight of Pentacles, um, which I'm still trying to feel into the energy, but I like automatically like it, right? Just because um, the Fool is the beginning of something. There's naive energy. Um, there's innocence there, which is a great thing because that means that whatever we're moving into, some of this tainted energy from the past isn't looking like it's going to follow us, right? Um, and and it's going to be talking about trust, right? Now, I think that I think that some of it is they want you. I mean, the reason they talked about the other stuff first, they want you so on lock about what you want that you don't have to worry about if you're trust, if you can trust yourself. I mean, trusting others, that might be a different ball of wax at first, but trusting yourself, if you have this really figured out in your head, they're like, you can just jump right in because you know what you've decided are your most important situations, and um, and so you can trust yourself once you get your head wrapped around it, that very smart head, and your heart, and you say, head, stay out of it, gut is going to handle this one, and you're really solid about that, and you're solid about the dreams that you want. They're talking to me now. They're talking about um sorry, they're pulling away for the cards for a second. They're talking um about ways that you can start working on um, establishing what you desire. Um, at first, I thought they were going to show me like a mood board or like a manifestation board where you do like a collage, and it's sort of like that. But what's interesting, I don't know um, if you're a big like reader, like if you read a lot of books, um, but they're showing me like this. It is sort of a mood board where all around the perimeter of the board you have like pasted pictures you've cut out of what things look like, um, imagery that shows you like balance, like they're showing me the balance justice scales on there, um, some of your interests that you hope are common interests, some of the things that respect. But then in the middle, there's like this place where you keep putting like different pages of books you love to read. Okay, so it's like I don't know if you're photocopying this, but it's sort of like you do the perimeter, and I don't know if this is advice out the process, and it's a metaphor for how to become and gather what you want, or if it's really the literal project that you want you to do. But either way, it would work you through however you handle it, right? So the perimeter of the board has all of this imagery of things you want, imagery that means equality, imagery that talks about what you love in a partner, whether they are a great cook or they're funny or they're extremely fair minded, or generosity is a big thing, whatever it is. But then there's this place in the center where every like week, it doesn't look like every day, but like every week you put a couple of new pages there. And I don't know if it looks like it's typed, which is why I think it's from a book, but it's like, okay, this is something I read in this book, and I don't know if I don't think it matters what kind of book, but it's like, okay, when I read in this book about this, this is an element I want in my life in any way. It can come in through friend relationships, love relationships, but I want this dynamic right here. And because these words are so important to me and this explained it so well, I'm putting this here. But they're encouraging you then the next week to add more. They keep wanting you to add more words. So like if you like, okay, for me, I'm just using me because I'm the only one I have to use, right? But like I love Jane Austen, right? So if I were doing this, I would have stuff around the outside border that was important. And probably first I would choose one of the relationships I like best in that situation. Like I would choose persuasion, right? Because of the forgiveness elements or whatever. And I would put a page where it talks about them forgiving one another and um, being very humble and forgiving, kind hearted people. And then the next week, I would read an article about um, a spouse that supported their person through illness, and I'd add that on top of that, if this is making sense. Yeah, so it's a collage on the outside, but you're going to add like a page from one of your favorite pieces of literature or something that you've gobbled up reading that to you compiles a lot of the different things you need. So then if you read about a couple donating $500,000 to a charity that's important to you, and you would love to have that element in your partnership, then you put that article up there. They want the words there because they keep saying the words for you are more important than the pictures. Okay, so getting back to the cards though, so the Fool, which is sort of an innocent new journey, over the Eight of Pentacles, which the Eight of Pentacles is really, really, really talking always about quality relationships over quantity relationships. And talks about um, yeah. So they're saying that however you meet the next prospect, because we're going to ask more specific, this was a general, we're going to ask specifics about who's coming in and that kind of stuff. But um, what they're advising is if you meet someone that brings a spark, they're advising a lot of real conversation with them before you ever meet in person. And they're advising that on the telephone, or if you want to do it, on the computer, but they're talking voice to voice conversation. Um, and so when someone new comes in that you think is a viable prospect, number one, the fact you'll be able to weed really fast through some of them if they're not willing to get to know you via telephone or voice chat of some kind, if they're not patient enough for that, or um, they're saying to me there need to be at least 3 good conversations. They don't necessarily have to be long, but there need to be at least 3 good conversations, voice to voice, with anyone that comes along new, because you're practicing new boundaries and you're setting new standards. So those 3 times will be they say that you're a strong energy person too, so you'll be able to really hear a lot in even just in the energy in their voice. Um, so they're advising when someone new comes in, 3 phone calls or voice calls of whatever kind before you ever agree to meet in person. Text don't count, emails don't count, voice conversations, um, to get to know one another, and so that you can feel out their energy, feel out their levels of pushing at your boundaries, all of those things, because it puts a stopgap, and because you have new rules for your beautiful, lovely, kind self. It's a way to sort of practice them in a soft form before having to practice it when you're like sitting across the table from someone hot that you sort of want to give a lot of leeway to or whatever, through conversations. Then the next that you have, let's see here, is the Nine of Cups. And in this particular deck, I love this card. I love this card. Um, it's a very joyful woman in a bubble bath. Um, she's got like one of those great like table things that sit across the bath. She's got a glass of wine. Um, she's the biggest smile. Like that's why it's one of my favorite cards. She's just got the biggest stinking smile on her face of ever. And I don't know. I just love it. So the Nine of Cups is right about gratitude, self-love, and happiness. It it talks about practicing random acts of kindness, but in this particular context, right, because they're getting you ready for these prospects. Um, Gosh, it almost feels like there's given so much cards about this. It's almost like a Rocky training montage. But yeah, so they really, they want you um, to do random acts of kindness for yourself. Um, First, right? Just lots of self pampering, self love. So this seems to happen after those conversations, but it almost seems like it's part of the process. Like you'll have a conversation, then you need to spend some time alone with yourself. And I think it's probably too that maybe you're hitting that point in life that we all hit where you go, I'm really starting to love spending time with myself. Like, I really entertain me. I'm the only one that was born onto the planet to be the one that entertains me 100% of the time, and I'm enjoying myself. So I think, yeah, okay, my guides are confirming. So it's sort of like after you have one of these phone calls, then when you spend some time alone with yourself, which did you enjoy more? Because that's going to tell you about that person. If you still are having more fun in the bathtub with the soap and the bubbles and your book than you did on the phone with that person, even if they were a lovely person, maybe just don't worry too much about um, you know, talking to them again. Like I think they said 3 calls, right? And I think that means yeah, okay. Yes. That means if you're genuinely interested, right? Like if the first call goes well and you're still interested, call 2 needs to happen and call 3. But after each call, spend some time doing things that you do to love on yourself and that you just enjoy doing alone, and then compare it to your time on the phone with them and see which makes you happier. If you're happier with you, that is your sign. They're just trying to give you a language. That is your sign for, okay, he's a nice guy, but he's not my guy, or he's a nice person, but that's not my person, right? It is supported by the Two of Swords, which usually is about sort of a stalemate, um, but it is inverted, right? Um, so they're sort of just saying this thing that you're doing, the self-love thing that you're doing, this is not a stalling tactic. This is a really important part of getting to know yourself, and honestly, they think that you're so worth falling in love with that um, once you completely fall in love with yourself, because of how manifestation works, right? eh, the whole world's going to fall in love with you, and then you'll be able to just have your pick. Now we're going to pull and see like what they say um, now moving forward about people, because we're going to ask that specific question here. All right. Can you show us in the next year, please, for Shopaholic? Thank you for all of this wonderful advice for her. I think it was great. It's stuff she's already working on, so that was at least a good energetic confirmation. But what she's really hoping to see is, are there people coming in to her life? And in the next year, do you believe, guys, that she'll be meeting her person? Can you show us the type of people that are headed in to her life, please? And what that's like, please and thank you. You want me to do 3 and 3? Okay, thank you. Please show us the type of people coming in the next year into Shopaholic. Oh, okay. Well, the first one's not bad. Four of Wands fell. This is a very sweet card. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Spell next. Okay. Okay, let's look at some support here. Ooh. Wow, that stuff just flew out. Okay. Let's see what we have here in regards to these people. Okay. Interesting. Golly, I mean, I'm still reading into these cards, but it looks like there's going to be a front runner pretty quickly. I want to make sure I'm confirming some stuff, but that's interesting. Trying to understand this. So that's lovely. Can I get a clarifier for this one, guides, please? Okay. Okay. Here's what I think. Okay, so and then I'll have a question. Okay, so it starts off with the Four of Wands over the Fool inverted. The Four of Wands is this beautiful card. I look terrible tonight, but I want to turn on the camera just for a second here to show you this beautiful card. This is the Four of Wands in this deck. It's a very sweet, romantic energy. It's sort of people approaching each other very gently and not just being interested, um, in immediate animal magnetism. There's a lot of this is somebody who's interested in the whole person. These represent two people interested in each other as a whole person and willing to take their time to unravel that experience, which is lovely. And because the Fool's inverted, it's sort of like, and I think this has to do with the advice they just gave you about talking to people beforehand and making sure that you love spending time with them at least an equal amount to loving to spend time alone with yourself, or close to an equal amount, because you're fantastic, right? But so I think because of that, they're saying, the dating experiences that you will have by, putting some of those rules in place and loving yourself the way you are learning to do so and stuff like that, means you're going to start dating whole people that are interested in whole people, and it might move a little slower than you've been used to in the past. But that's not, don't be scared. That doesn't necessarily mean something bad. That might mean that it's sort of like, developing a quality thing takes a little longer. Where I got confused, okay, so then it's the Seven of Cups, which is about making a choice, right? Lots of choices to make. We asked about like what was going to happen, right? And it says there's all these choices to make, and then the Hanged Man came as the support card for that. So it's like lots of choices to make, and you're sort of caught trying to decide. You're sort of paused trying to make a decision between those things. When I asked for a clarifier of why that is, um, what happened is I got the Three of Cups inverted, right? Which talks about Three of Cups upright, right? Is talking about sort of like a wild, fun, socially like club-y, group, wild energy socialization, right? But this is inverted. So what I can't tell is, because I don't know you yet, right? I don't know if this is you saying, well, I love being out and about in the club scene and this person is not into that, or if this is you saying, there's somebody I like, but they're into this like clubbing, constant socialization, and I'm not. Which person are you, so that I can interpret this more accurately moving forward? I don't know if I'm having lag or what's going on. You do like clubs? Okay, so it's you. Okay. Okay. I wasn't sure which way it went, right? So so what I think it is so you meet somebody who is very quality, because they're talking about one person here. Um, and it's you do have a lot of choices. It seems like there's going to be, a handful of people that there's interest in. Um, but when they often show the Seven of Cups, right, all of these cups, each one has a different choice, but a lot of them are pretty stereotypical, right? And usually only one of them is the real quality cup. So I feel like right off the bat, when we ask like what type of people, there's going to be one that really catches your eye in terms of when you spend time talking to each other alone, you really enjoy it. However, I think he's not going to be as social as you. And so that leaves you, it looks like it's going to leave you a little bit like, how do I want to handle this moving forward? Do I like, I think that's going to be something that happens where it's like, is this an opposites attract thing? Like, is this something that's easy to navigate? But I think you're going to pause and try and figure that out because it seems like there is somebody that will jump out right away, sort of as a front runner when you're talking one on one. They seem very, like, very lovely, very contemplative, um, very honest, but not much for the nightlife, right? Which is why at a certain point you get a little, you take, at least they're showing us, you take a minute to think about it. Um, what comes next is we got the Empress. She can represent the motherhood index. She can also represent like being pregnant with possibilities. And in this particular deck, and even in the book, it talks about, in because this is a relationship deck, it talks about you could have a lot of potential suitors. Um, there are there are still a lot of options swimming around you. However, underneath is the Ace of Wands, which often is sort of a card that talks about, okay, you have a lot of options, but there's only one that really like turns you on, right? There's one that you're the most attracted to. And um, when I asked for a support card, you know what? I need to ask for one more. We got death as the support card, right? Which usually means, okay, well then, here. I needed to clarify what would be the new start, because that's really what death is. Okay, so you have all these options. You're sort of only interested in one of them, though. I think it's this quiet person. Quiet. I'm using the word quiet. I don't know that they're quiet, but they're just not. They're not like, they don't socialize in the way that you have been used to, I guess. So I wanted one more clarifier for the death, right? And the clarifier that we got was the Eight of Pentacles. Um, which again is like the switch from um, quantity to quality. It's talking about spending like a lot of time together. Um, and then it says very specifically in this deck, death for the single gal can often mean striking up a relationship. And then when the support card is these two guys here, chilling at home, having a wonderful night, right? They've got sweets, they've got something to drink, they've got each other to talk to, right? They are just really loving it. And so to me, when we asked, like in the next year, what type of people do you see as a possibility? What it's really saying is, there's going to be several options. You might in, you know, entertain a couple of them, but there's going to be somebody that you meet that's a front runner pretty freaking quickly. He is a sweet-hearted, serious-minded individual. Um, and even when you get presented with more choices, it seems almost like, yeah, the guides are confirming. So it feels like you're going to meet him and your friends are going to be like, yeah, but look, okay, this guy's free and this guy's free and he's out at the club and this guy I ran into the other night, right? Um, and, and and they'll be like, or you can bring him, you can bring this guy, and you'll be like, well, he doesn't really like the club, and then you'll go out to the club and meet their guys, and they might be fun, right? Like they might be fun for a drink and a dance and a whatever, right? But you're still going to be like sitting there, like hanging on, torn. And then when it moves on to, yep, you have this plentiful options. These guys in the clubs, or some of them are interested in you, but it's this guy, it's this or gal. I'm sorry, I'm making an incorrect assumption. Um, it's just because in this particular picture, it's a guy. Um, but it's this person. Um, it's so weird. I assumed guy because I think it's just because I'm looking at all these men in these cards. But so anyway, the ones that are turning up are men. And honestly, the Ace of Wands is is sort of an indicator of a new sexual relationship because it represents a phallus in this deck, right? So I think that's why I'm leaning male, because in my life I don't lean either direction. So I apologize if I've been unfair to you and I've moved in a direction that's inaccurate. Regardless, this person, I keep saying guy because that's what's here. This person, um, you're just gonna like they're gonna keep your attention, even so. There's a person. Okay, I would like to know more about the person because he sure they sure appear to pass your. It's that penis that keeps throwing me. Is it? They pass like through like the party monster thing. I'm sorry about that though. Seriously. I'm gonna catch hell from it from some of my people when I get offline actually. Um the person. It's just all these penises on these damn cards. Um this person is gonna pass um through anything that you think might be a problem. Like you get a little hung up on them not being a big like party monster, but it doesn't look like it's going to be a problem. It looks like in the end, even though there's going to come a phase where you go, okay, well, I'm still going to go out. They don't seem to have much of a problem with that at all. I don't see any strife around that. And, you guys aren't nailing each other down immediately. So you go out and, you've got friends that are giving you other options and you're exploring those options. And you might even, tangle with some of those options a little bit. Um, but this one person is going to rise to the top really consistently. We asked about it the next year, and um, there's one person. I thought there was going to be like three or four, and like we were going to see person number one, and it was going to be like, yeah, but they're a meathead, or this one's a jerk, or this one's only interested in sex or whatever. But no, there's one that catches your interest. I get the idea, like I don't know if it's going to be if you're using online dating or whatever it is, but it looks like there's like now I'm not looking at cards. I'm looking at the imagery my guides are giving me. Right, it looks like there's going to be some kind of sorting process at the beginning where you're sort of looking through things, and then a phase where you're sort of exploring like options in terms of connections. But this one's going to stand out at you right away, like Like even if you're looking at, they're showing me, even if you're looking at it in print, like just like the page will light up for you in a way that it's not happening with others. And that doesn't mean that you immediately like are like that's it. You will like banter back and forth with some folks, but this one is still going to stand out, and you'll have those conversations. They're going to stand out. Um, the first date looked adorable. That was the people dancing under that little archway. You know that's very endearing and sweet. That looks great. Then it looks like there'll be a moment where you sort of decide if your sociability factors are a problem because they are going to be distinctly different. It looks like you guys can like I didn't see any jealousy, which I think is really interesting because it seems like you both are calm and peaceful when you enter into this, and nobody's expecting too much in the beginning, and then once you move in further, you're both so trusting of each other and respectful of boundaries. That's not going to be an issue either, and they're just going to be something about their magnetism that you can't keep out of your head. And then that death card says if this and this have happened in this reading, that's the death of a single girl right there. So now I'm just pulling to see if they can tell us anything about this person. Any qualities from this inner child deck that I love so well. Archangels, angels, guides. Can you please show us just a few qualities of this person, like a few extra details? Because it sure sounds like you've given advice for how to take care of oneself and how to work consistently on setting boundaries, how to insist upon conversing both for yourself and the other person in the beginning. You've introduced us to the type of person it is. I'm just walking through here. How they might engage socially, and shown us that by the end of this year, or at some point within this year, that person's like the only person on Shopaholic's mind here. So now, can you please give us just a few details using this deck? Okay, 6, okay. Just tell us a little bit about this person, just some of their qualities. And again, this is within the next year, so this person that you guys were talking about before, can you please show us some of their qualities? Thank you. Well, that just like flew past my face. So I will take cards doing backflips to mean something. Thank you. Okay. Woo! Okay. They got serious. You guys are funny sometimes, I tell you. Oh. Oh, this is good stuff. Oh, this is such good stuff. Yeah. So they're going to come in, even if they're not hypersocial, they're going to come in high energy, like just like they were showing the guides were showing us, like when you just even like see like some sort of like writing about them, like they're going to jump out. Um, they're coming in like all these flying arrows, like they come in with high energy into your life, and it's like this really refreshing thing. Um, it's I mean, that's I'm going to show you every one of these cards because they're so darling, and this is a darling deck, but you got darling cards. So that's the 8 of Wands, right? They're just going to come flying into your life, like excited arrows flashing through the sky. Um, and then the next is the Ace of Pentacles, which indicates like a windfall. They refer to it in this deck as a divine shower of abundance, right? They say, bring your umbrella to collect more, tip it upside down. And, in this new relationship, be open to receive this lovely gift. But it is talking about a relationship, and that it's just abundant as all heck. Then this person drew these lovely little additional cards for this deck. So the next card you got is a card that says, things are easier than you think. And it's a girl looking at her best ever favorite dessert, like, yummy, yummy, this is the best thing ever. And it's smiling back at her. Oh gosh, then it's the Ten of Cups, which is the ultimate happy family home. Like, whatever family feels like to you, that's what this is. And it's in this particular card, it's two ladies, and they are standing in front of a home. A rainbow flashes behind them. They're using their arms to make a heart. Behind them, two little girls dance and sing, in the garden. It is beautiful. Um, then there's another one of those additional cards she made. It just says, yes! Exclamation point. And it's just about growth and joy. And then you got a major arcana, you got the Judgment, and it's the anything is possible card in this particular deck, right? It's saying you have awakened to things about yourself and your life that are good. You've clarified some things about who you want to be and how you want to be treated and who you want to be with. And the sun is out, and everything is possible. And I'm just going to remind you, we asked for details about this person. This is the energy. No wonder they're going to be hard for you to forget, even if they don't want to go play club. Everybody likes the club, because holy cow. So, okay, here we go. Girl that hates to turn the camera on. Okay, this is how they're going to enter into your life with this kind of energy. Like, every one of these arrows is going, whee! Like, they are coming in, and they're like so excited to be there. Here's this Ace of Pentacles, right? With the abundance raining down. We're just going to call him this guy, the abundance bunny, right? That's you. You're the abundance bunny. And it's just raining down everywhere. And you're just collecting dividends. But this is not about money in this case. This is dividends of joy. The arrows have flown into your life. You're collecting dividends of joy. Things are easier than you think card. This is going to be so much easier going than you think. Look at that. Look at that piece of cake you got. And it's happy that you're going to eat it. Take that as you want to take that. This one, the Ten of Cups, this is just, look at this. Look at that joy. Here's the yes card. Yes. Everything is well. Everything is growing. Look at us together. We're growing together. We're happy. And then Judgment, but it's just such a happy Judgment. Look at that. The angel is smiling down. You guys are all joyful and reaching up at the sky. I'm really excited for you. I hope you come back and tell us who this person is. The thing that I found the most interesting, right, is earlier in the read, it said, you had the hanged one where you were trying to decide, there's a disparity in how we socialize. Is that going to be okay? And what's interesting is the bottom of the deck, right, which is the final card of this reading, was the hanged man in this deck, but it's inverted, which means you've made your decision. See, he's upside down. This little caterpillar. You've decided, right? You're not hanging anymore. There's no decision here. It's done. I'm so excited for you. I'm so excited for this next year of your life. I mean, it sounds like you've already done so much work, and they did give you some homework to clarify the work that you have done already. Um, but I would say you're doing a really wonderful job. You've done a really wonderful job to get where you are from a place where people haven't treated you the best. And you're moving into a place where you'll continue to clarify that, right? By making people jump through hoops, which I think is, I shouldn't even put it that way. To ask someone to talk to you voice to voice, I know that in this day and age, people act like that's jumping through hoops, but the right person will be like, yeah, I want to talk to you. You're awesome and adorable, right? So, but insisting, hey, I want to do a vibe check. Don't you want a vibe check with me? Right? The right person's going to be like, yeah, let's talk for 75 hours. And it did look like to me that in that little interim where it's like, well, I have lots of choices. What about the socialization, right? Like out at the clubs, there might be a few options that are sort of fun, so you might get a little, some of that fun dally energy, like a little cutie at the club or whatever. Um, Hook up, I don't know, something fun. But in the end, there's one person that's the apple of your eye in the next year. So by the beginning of next school year, you guys will be sharpening your number two pencils together. Before we go to school this year, we'll sharpen our pencils together. Maybe we can share a lunchbox. Do you have any clarifying questions, my dear? I am very long winded. It is something I've been actively working on. Sometimes I win and sometimes I lose. Tonight was a mixed bag. But is there anything else you need clarified? I know there's lags. I know what we're laughing at the moment. Yeah, it's in the next year. It's in the next year. I'm going to ask the rods though, because that's an easy, it's a way for me to do yes, no's pretty easy. We'll just clarify. The cards seem to say yes, but it never hurts to ask someone way smarter than yourself, right? Archangels, angels, guide, and ascended masters, those of the light and from the light. Please work. Somebody's already here. Thank you so much. Do love and respect God's source. Thank you so much. I'm dealing with angelic energy. Yes, thank you. Can we please ask a question for Shopaholic? Okay, just to confirm, can you show me what a no answer looks like? Gosh, golly gee, thank you so much. We've just done a reading for Shopaholic, and it looks like within the next year, they'll be meeting a really significant to them romantic type partner. Is that accurate? Big yes. Okay, thank you. Um, Now, I know I phrased that a certain way, but just to clarify again, will they meet that person within the next 12 months? Big yes. Okay, thank you. Will they be in a full-on relationship with that person within the next 12 months? Oh, yeah. Big yes. Do you, archangels, do you believe that they will meet in the year 2023? No. Okay. So, do you believe they'll meet in the year 2024? Yes. Okay. Do you, from the perspective that you can see now, angels, do you believe they'll meet in the first 3 months of 2024? Yes. Okay. Do you believe they'll meet? I feel like it's early in the year, so I'm going to ask, do you think, guides, do you think that they will meet in January of 2024? Yes. I'm going to go back a month. I don't think it's going to be correct, but just, to clarify and to learn on my own and stuff. Will they meet in December of 2023? Nope. Thank you. Will they meet in February of 2024? Nope. Will they meet in January of 2024? Yep, they say January. January 2024. Okay, I'm going to ask one more question because I'm nosy. Will they meet online or on the phone before January of 2024? No. Okay. So they're going to meet for the first time in whatever fashion in January of 2024. Yes. Yes. A new year, love. That's sort of fitting. Like it gives you what, like 3 months? Well, not even full three because September's almost over, right? So let's see, October, November, December. Yeah, it gives you 3 months to like continue to do the things you were doing, to maybe pre-check out the dating scene or whatever, or sow wild oats if you have any, or work towards what you want. Have the holiday season of your choice in a sort of relaxed way, and then jump into that new year with this person that looks like cake. I'm really lucky. I have two partners that look like cake. Greedy me. Cake. They're very different flavors of cake, and I appreciate that a great deal. Although they think very similarly. For cakes that think so similarly, and for very smart cakes, they taste quite a difference. I'm laughing because one of them's sitting listening to this going, shut up. Oh, let me ask that question. I don't know the answer. It sure felt like it to me. The Ten of Cups usually means like happy family time, love, but I'll ask. Wow, angels, you guys are good. Do you love and respect God's source? Thank you. Can you please show me a no answer? Thank you. We'd like to know, on behalf of Shopaholic, the person that they're going to meet in January 2024. Is this going to be a long-term relationship for them? Yes. That's a big yes. Let's see. I don't know what quantifies a long-term relationship. Is this relationship going to be longer than 2 years? Yes. Is this relationship going to be longer than 3 years as far as you can see? Yes. Is this relationship going to be longer than 4 years? Yes. If they both want to stay in the relationship? Does this relationship have the potential to be like close to a permanent forever thing as the average people can manage? Yes, but I asked that question. Funny, you guys didn't like the way I asked that. Okay. Um, does this relationship have the potential to be the length of something akin to a marriage? Oh, big yes. Big yes. Does this relationship, in your opinion, since you're angels and you're smarter than us, have all of the ingredients that are required to be a healthy and beneficial for everyone long term relationship? Yes. And based on what you guys can see right now, knowing everybody has free will and things change, do you see this as being a potential marital type relationship? Yes. Yes. If you guys want it, y'all can have it. I think this is going to be one of those people where whatever you guys decide you want to be, you'll work as such, because they're just showing me kind of you guys as a team, right? So if you guys decided, nope, we don't want to be romantic because we want to build a foundation that builds houses, um, you know, greenhouses all over this part of the world or whatever for people. And that's our focus because we're more interested in that. Then you guys could manage that because you're going to be a great team. And if you said, hey, you know, how about it? How about it? You want to do the whole marital thing and either have babies or simu babies in the form of our pets, and that would work too. Whatever you guys want it to be. It looks like, yeah, somebody just in my pantheon of guides said soulmate person, right? Like we all have so many, we have many different soulmates, but this is a significant soulmate person that's going to enter your life. And if you've met them before, it's been so very much in passing that you don't know if you know them at all. I'm not sure that you know them yet, but if you know them at all, it's been so in passing that you just don't really know much about them as an individual. Oh, that was nice. Thank you. I'm just seeing the comments about the laugh. Thank you. And Kat, thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited for you. I really expected to see, like, you know, partner option number one will be very exciting in roller skates and, like, I'm going to be filthy, water sports, but they're a fascist, so that won't last long, because that's how mine would have looked. What do you want to ask? Tell me what you want to ask. Tell me what you want to ask. I talk too fast and there's a lag. Oh, yeah, of course we can. Thank you, Archangel. I keep putting these back up. Yeah, I do. I'm sorry. Are we tapped in? Thank you. Do you, do you love and respect God's source? Yes, thank you. Can you show me what a no looks like? Thank you. Is this someone that shopaholic, this person that like they're going to start a thing in January 2024, has shopaholic met them in some passing capacity? Like, have they met, like, will she know this person's face or name at the time they meet? Will she know that before they meet? Yes. Okay, but I phrased that funny because before they officially meet, she'd have to know their name. So, um, is this person currently, as of right now, a casual acquaintance of shopaholics? No. Is this person connected in any way so that shopaholic has have shopaholic and this person ever been in the same room together before now? No. Have they been in a situation where they have a mutual friend that's mentioned them to one another? No. Is this someone that's going to be a brand new person in their life? Yes. This is brand new. This is a brand new person. Brand new. That's exciting too. Someone in the Pantheon said she's super cute. I don't know if they're talking about you, her, cat, because they weren't very specific. And now my group of deceased people are just making fun of me because they like to. I had a friend that passed away Sunday, and he's already in the regular group that likes to come and be noxious. I'm glad you're here, though, David. Yeah, I'm excited for you. Well, they said she's super cute, but like they didn't specify. Is it you? Is it the new person? Is it someone else in chat? Like they weren't specific. And then when I said that, my my team of friends, they're not my guides, they're just my friends that have passed away, just started making fun of me. They're just teasing me. I don't know why though. I just wanted to know who's super cute. Who said everybody? I already know who said everybody. Super cute. What does that even mean? Sweet. Okay, sweet. Thank you. There's somebody's clarifying something. Sweet and kind. I don't know why they're showing me this. Okay, so there's this. I don't even know what age group you're in, right? So I don't know if you'll know them. So there's this group. What's her name? So Garfunkel and Oates, like they're these two cute, adorable, awesome comedians that do um Garfunkel and Oates. Let's see here. But the actress, I don't know why they're showing me her and Oates. So they're talking. There's Ricky Lindholm, right? She's lovely, but they're talking about Kate Micucci. I don't know if you look like Kate Micucci, if this person will look like Kate Micucci, if you guys will bump into each other while someone's listening to Kate Micucci tell jokes or sing a song. If you don't know who that is, her name Micucci, and she's sort of a recognizable face in comedy. In Garfunkel and Oates, she was in this like comedy folk duo, and they sang just like goofy songs. And then they've both been like sort of secondary and tertiary characters in a lot of movies. They've done some serious like stand up. Um, but they were showing me Kate Micucci for whatever reason. Somebody must like either look like her or sort of be. She's a super quirk. Let me put it that way. She's definitely super quirky. This wouldn't be like it wouldn't literally be her. She's much like she's 43, and I think um your this person is going to be closer to your age group, but like, so I don't know if this is a visual type, but I do know when I get off stream, I'll be listening to all their old music because I'm streaming it in my own head. I don't know why I'm getting some weird texts from people that are listening to this chat that I don't understand. Well, yeah, I don't know like what she has to do with it, but you just look her picture up and see if that like winds up meaning anything, I guess. Like who knows, you might be like, "Oh my gosh, that looks like me," or "I saw this girl on Tinder," or "I saw this poster in the wall." I don't know. Yeah, she was on Big Bang. Yeah, she played one of Raj's girlfriends on Big Bang. She was on Scrubs a zillion years ago. She's played all these like super quirks. So I think what they're really saying is this person's going to be quirky, right? Because like she sort of was the this girl was the queen of quirkiness like in the early mid 2000s. So I think it's the vibe, right? Vibe. It's the vibe of the quirk is what we're talking about here. And and while some actors have huge range like dramatic to comedic, what she has is quirk range, man. She's been every type of quirky I can, and then some I didn't even know existed. She's a member of Mensa though too. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's the vibe. I think it's the quirk. That's why I've said quirk 1,000 times. Then you'll be like, you'll see this person, you'll be like, "Pardon me, do you know who Kate Mikushi is?" They'll be like, "No, that's weird. What are you talking about?" Well, this crazy lady talked about Kate Micucci vibes. My cousin's saying good night. Good night, cousin. I see your yellow purses. We will talk about them soon. I can't believe you have purses that match that yellow. Maybe that's why I thought of it. It's like the same yellow. You guys will make your millions starting a website together at www.who'skatemikuchi.com. I think I'm getting tired. I guess it is. I don't know what time it is. Okay, it's not too late. I love you, Miss Cat. Thank you for coming to help. I appreciate that you've been here for a very long time, but I'm glad you came. I'm glad you're feeling so good too. That's exciting. Thank you for your help as ever. Okay, Joe's going to get food. Cousin, if you're still here, I owe you a read. You're welcome, Shopaholic. I really hope to see you again. I would love to hear some of your dating antics as you're waiting for 2024 to see what happens. Who knows? Maybe you'll make a random choice and meet her a little early or something. But like, please do come back. We won't always talk your brain out. Well, I might, but there are people here that usually interrupt, so it gets easier. If you have any other questions, please let us know. Please come by. We're going to start doing. We've just recently started to do some true crime on Fridays. We have manifestation Mondays. Not much has happened there yet, but we'll have classes starting soon. We're working on figuring out the copyright for that, and then the rest of the week it's just normal reads. Well, I'm excited. I'm very excited for you. It sounds like, you were ready. That's why you were ready to ask about it. And you have some time now to sort of, I don't know. I think sometimes it's easier to enjoy being single when it doesn't feel like it's forever. Yes, Miss Cat, see you tomorrow night. I love you. I hope you get beautiful sleep. Yeah, I'm excited. I probably need to kill this stream because I need to help Claudia find her diamond earring. That poor girl has. Okay, she sent me a picture. That's good. Let's see here. Interesting. Okay. Okay, I'm sending love and light. I've got to go just because I've got another reading before I can sit down and eat and stuff. Shopaholic, thank you for coming. I hope that you join us some other time in the future. It was really nice to meet you. I would love to clarify other things with more brevity in the future. And thank you for giving me a chance to read you, and it was lovely to meet you. Everyone else, I love you very much. You're very welcome. It was nice to meet you. And yeah, Midnight, I love you. I hope Peter's doing okay. It's weird to say that about someone's dad, but that's the name I know, right? I hope he's doing well. And we'll be back on. Oh, yeah, it is officially, it will be tomorrow because I missed Wednesday. So tomorrow will be True Crime Night starting at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time featuring Miss Cat H. I'm sending everyone love and light. Thank you for your patience and love and company. I appreciate it so much. Talk to you all soon. Kisses and hugs.